let us pray for grace to believe that things can be better, that we might put off the cynicism born of disappointment and renew our courage and determination to work for positive change, that we may dare to imagine a better world and strive to make our dreams of peace with justice come true. Advent is a season of longing for the fulfillment of goodness and truth. Let us pray for ourselves, that we may live well among the people, the creatures and the places of this earth, that we may be wise stewards of our gifts and talents, that we may be charitable, honest and diligent in all our duties, and that we may find our greatest satisfaction in the service of others. Wise and generous God, the source and ground of all being, in this time of eager expectation, help us to fulfill the high expectations held of us, and so work together in the best tradition of public service, that this county of Cambridgeshire may shine as a beacon of good governance and be a place where all are pleased to live. In the name of Christ, the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Thank you very much indeed. Happy Christmas to you. Thank you, members. I have apologies from Councillors Reid, Van de Kerkhoff, Wisson, Taylor, Lay. Anybody else? Yep, got. And apologies for lateness from Councillor Hipkin, who will be arriving refreshed from his holiday. We hope. The first agenda item are the minutes. Do I have your approval to sign the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on the 13th of October 2015?
Yes, you do.
Thank you very much. I have a number of announcements to make. Firstly, I'd like to welcome members of the public to this meeting of the Council. You are very welcome, and I hope you find this meeting of interest. Cambridgeshire County Council supports the principle of transparency and encourages filming, recording, and taking photographs at meetings that are open to the public. Members are advised that this meeting may therefore be filmed, recorded, or photographed. This meeting is being live streamed to the web, possibly. There have been some technical issues this morning. And the County Council's YouTube channel. I'd like to highlight this to members of the public. They may be filmed as part of this meeting and that this will appear on the web, fingers crossed. Finally, can I ask all members and the public to turn their mobile phones to silent or vibrate whilst the meeting is taking place. I would like to welcome newly elected Councillor Mandley to the Council meeting. Councillor Mandley, you're very welcome. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Gillian Beasley, our new Chief Executive, to her first Council meeting, and Gillian, of course, you are very welcome as well. Members will wish to note that following the retirement of John Onslow, Christine May, currently Head of Community and Cultural Services in Economy, Transport and Environment, has been appointed Interim Director for Infrastructure Management and Operations. I'm delighted to report that the concurrent planning arrangements established by Cambridgeshire County Council and adoption agency Quorum Cambridgeshire Adoption have won the Excellence in Practice Award at the National Adoption Awards. Concurrency planning is an approach for young children whereby foster care is provided by prospective adopters of the child. If the birth family, following support, are able to get to the point of caring for their child, then the child is returned to them. If the view is that birth parents are unable to care for the child, then the child is adopted by the foster carers. Since Quorum Cambridgeshire Adoption was launched in August 2014, 16 babies have been placed for adoption through concurrent planning. On behalf of the Council, I would like to congratulate colleagues in children, families and adults on achieving this award. Members will wish to note that the County Council's Integrated Highway Management Centre is now operational from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m, previously 7 to 5:30, which enables it to play a greater role in the efficient management of the highway network and increased communication, working alongside key partners such as the police and Highways England. I'm also pleased to announce that Cambridgeshire County Council, along with other public services in Cambridgeshire, signed the Cambridgeshire Equalities Pledge last month. One way in which we'll be honouring our pledge in upcoming months will be by marking LGBT History Month in February. I'm delighted to report that I had the honour of welcoming His Royal Highness the Duke of York to Cambridge on behalf of Cambridgeshire County Council when His Royal Highness visited Barclays Bank, Clifton Road, Cambridge, to open the first Barclays Eagle Lab on Wednesday, December the 2nd. Members, you will know that we have new lunch arrangements, so I am going to adjourn the meeting for lunch at 1:45. No matter what, pearls of wisdom are dripping from ruby lips at the time. We will then have Christmas carols at 1:30 in reception. And today we will be taking a collection, which I hope you will all very generously support, for the Cambridgeshire Children's Fund, which I will tell you about right now. This is a fund to help disadvantaged children, 0 to 18, in Cambridgeshire, within families on very low income, who are facing other factors, such as the aftermath of domestic violence, mental health issues, or addictions. The fund helps where real need exists and statutory funding is insufficient. Small grants go to families who are referred by social services, housing associations, and other support agencies. The grant covers essential items that otherwise cannot be afforded. So, I hope you're already planning the huge amount of donation you're going to give in this festive season. That concludes my announcements. We move on to agenda item 3, which is the report of the County Returning Officer. The Council has already noted the election of Councillor Manderley in the by-election for the Chatteris electoral division held on the 15th of October, so we move on to the next item, which is declarations of interest. Under this item, members are asked to declare interests under the Code of Conduct in any item on the agenda for today's meeting. Members need only declare disclosable pecuniary or non-statutory disclosable interests if they are not registered on the Register of Interests. When declaring interests, members should indicate the item to which the interest relates, whether the interest is a disclosable pecuniary or non-statutory disclosable interest, and explain briefly the nature of the interest and how it relates to the item in question. Members should inform the monitoring officer of any disclosable pecuniary interest which is not currently registered within 28 days of this meeting. If a member does not declare such an interest now, he or she must remember to declare it before speaking on a relevant item. May I have any declarations now, please? I'll assume that's none. The next item is public question time, which allows members of the public to ask questions at the council meeting, provided they have given advance notice. The council has received notice of one question, the contents of which have been circulated to all members. Could I ask Mr. Anthony Carpen to come forward and ask his question? Mr. Carpen, welcome back to the County Council.
Work out how I'm going to do this. Right, we've got 2 camcorders here, which is splendid. Can everyone hear me, ladies and gents?
We can.
Splendid. No? Oh, now we can. Brilliant. Right, I'll read off what I put in the email. Buses I am regularly on get blocked on the Hills Road, Lensfield Road junction by the big Catholic church in Cambridge. Ricky, it's on here as well. Many years ago, there used to be a box junction penalties, no longer. And with no enforcement, drivers regularly block the junction to traffic going north-south from Hills Road to Regent Street, and in particular, buses get snarled up on there. So my 3 main points are, who needs to do what to get that box junction reinstated, irrespective of the merits of whether it should be in place or not, particularly focusing on the process here. And if it is the county council, can councillors and officers take action? 2, who would be responsible for enforcement, and in particular getting message to antisocial drivers who choose to jump the stop line and thus block the entire junction, again causing problems for bus timetables? And then finally, what considerations will councillors give to proposals for smart traffic management as proposed in the City deal at the recent evidence sessions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Carpen. Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr Carpen. We are aware of some blocking issues there and have put 4 big keep clear signs there on the 18th of October this year, and we're reviewing the situation. I think your question is about how to reinstate a box junction, and I'll give you written procedure for that after the meeting. As far as reinforcement is concerned, that is entirely down to the police, and obviously we will work with them with any cameras necessary at the time. And your final point, which is the smart traffic management, I saw you were there at the City deal. That will be considered as part of the call for evidence. And actually, I thought personally it was quite good presentations that were given. So I, along with the other members of the Assembly and the Board, will be considering them in due course.
Thank you, Councillor Hickford. Mr Carpen, do you have a supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. For those of you, those councillors who haven't seen the presentation just mentioned in the councillor's response, I filmed the presentation at the evidence session, so I would strongly recommend that you watch the presentation, because I certainly found it absolutely compelling. Could I make one request, Councillor, that the written response that you provide me, could you publish it on your website and also link it through to your Facebook page, the County Council's Facebook page and Twitter account, so that I can publicise it to people across the county? The reason being is I would like to publicise the procedures so that people across the county, not just in Cambridge, but in places like Huntingdon and Wisbech, if they have ideas of how to improve some of the junctions that are regularly snarled up with traffic, that the procedure is there, crystal clear for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Carpen. Councillor Hickford.
I understood website, but as soon as you got to Twitter and Facebook, I just completely lost it. No, seriously, yes, of course we can do that for you. Not a problem.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hickford. Thank you very much, Mr Carpen, for your question, and have a very happy Christmas. We move on now to item number 6, which is petitions, and which allows members of the public to present petitions in accordance with the agreed protocol. No petitions were received. We move on to the next item, which is item 7, Section 85 Local Government Act, recommendation to extend the 6-month rule. This is a report seeking approval for the purposes of Section 85 for the absence of 2 councillors from any meeting of the authority from the 15th of December 2015 for 6 months on the grounds of serious ill health. The first report at agenda item number 7A, included on your agenda at page 9, is for Councillor Steve van de Kerkhoff. I propose to move the recommendations and to ask the Vice Chairwoman to second.
I'm happy to second.
Thank you very much. Councillor Giles.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to give an update on the condition that Councillor Steve is in. He's about to embark on his 4th chemotherapy dosage. It does knock him back one heck of a lot. But many of you already know Steve. He's kept his sense of humour. He's still got his patch over his eye. We're trying to get him a parrot to go on the other shoulder. But more importantly and sincerely, he is determined. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Giles. Councillor Shellens.
Further to Councillor Giles's comments, I spoke with Steve yesterday. He is toying with the idea of attending a council meeting. He's decided not to try this one because the trip from St Neots would be too tiring. But if he can, he's going to wander into HDC tomorrow evening and will be very well received there.
Thank you, Councillor Shellens. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman.
yes, I can see no problem with supporting this whatsoever, and I just want to pass on the best wishes, not only of, I'm sure, everybody in the Conservative group, but probably everybody in this council, and wish him a speedy and healthy recovery.
Thank you, members. I've heard no dissenting voice, so can I assume that we agree that recommendation by acclamation? Thank you. Councillor Gillick, I wonder if you'd be kind enough to switch your microphone off, please. Thank you.
It's not mine, it's...
The second report at agenda item number 7B, included on your agenda at page 11, is for Councillor Philip Reid. I propose to move the recommendation and to ask the Vice Chairwoman to second.
Happy to second.
Thank you. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'd like to say that the whole of my group's thoughts and prayers are with Councillor Reid and his family at this time of year. But unfortunately, this is more than just about Councillor Reid. This is about a policy that this council has carried on with for some time, and we are unable to support the recommendation to extend the 6-month rule again. Basically, the constituents of Sutton have been without a county councillor for in excess of 2 years. They deserve better. They should have representation in this chamber, and I firmly believe that for someone to be off for so long is counterproductive to the democratic process. We believe that we cannot continue to extend the 6-month rule on numerous occasions for any member of this chamber, and therefore we will not be supporting the extension again for Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's not a position we want to be in. Obviously, I think all our thoughts go out to Councillor Reid and his family in this situation. But it is with heavy heart, I think, we have to accept that there is a reason why we have a 6-month rule, because everyone who lives and works in this county deserves to be represented in this chamber and through their elected representative. And I think our group feel that actually the time now has come for us not to support a continued extension of this. As I say, it's with very heavy heart. We all come to this chamber to represent, politics aside, we all come to this chamber to do our best and to represent those who elect us. But we do feel that, you know, that we are now in a situation where we don't feel that we can extend it for another 6 months.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Loynes.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't know whether all members in this chamber know that my son passed away in July this year after suffering with cancer for 2 years. He had received 4 lots of chemotherapy, 1 lot of radiotherapy, and a further 4 drugs trials that didn't survive. His company that he worked for 23 years dismissed him after a year and a half, which is a real kick in the teeth. And I think to do this to anyone for the sake of a few £1,000 a year, whatever, however, how much Philip Reid gets, is pathetic. And I think you should be ashamed of yourselves to wanting to not keep him on. I've gone through a traumatic couple of years, and I really don't want Phil Reid's family to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Loynes. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is clearly a tension between the democratic imperative for the residents and electors of Sutton, and it's regrettable that his illness has taken him away from his residence for so long. But Councillor Reid has served this authority in an august and respectable manner since 1985, and has been a hard-working and well-respected councillor in all of that time. While our group is not thrilled with the situation that the residents of Sutton have gone for so long without representation, the Conservative group has continued to assure, and I'm sure will do so again, the other groups, that other councillors are stepping into the breach to serve these residents, and that while we may extend for another 6 months, we may have a by-election at the same time as district council elections in May, when turnout may be higher and costs may be accrued to the authority. But for now, we are content to extend 6 months, to extend to leave. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be short on this. I think much of what needs to be said has, has been said. This is very much a policy-based decision, not a personal decision. And I would take the words of Councillor Lyons absolutely to heart if that policy position that he quite emotively and effectively alluded to was actually conferred to staff of this council. And I think every member who votes for this motion, now 2 years down the road, we've been here many times before making this decision, I think there's a point where compassion must have a limit, and it's not just about the democratic process. Any member of this council who respects the staff of this council, I urge them to look them in the eye, because this accommodation would not be offered to staff of this council in the way it has been generously offered to councillors. And we believe that we've come to the point where actually we have to face up to the reality of that. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. Disappointed that some of the comments come today, and I think one of the problems is, first of all, Councillor Reid is absolutely stalwart councillor, and he's done his duty by this council for many, many years, and, you know, I cannot question his ability and his attempts to get back onto his feet in order to look after his councillors. But whilst he hasn't been able to, officers have been fully aware of the situation. Councillors Criswell and Bailey have stepped into the breach, and there's been full representation there. So it's not the same as somebody else not being in, because the work has still been covered. Officers are fully aware to pass that work on, so nothing has been remiss there. I'd like to just comment on the fact that Phil did make it in July. He was on the road to recovery. You know, we have another person today who made it in June, and he's being isolated because it's a relapse, but it is a relapse. And I think that somewhere along the lines, maybe some of you are uncomfortable because you're tying in the two things together and it's not coming across very well. But maybe, and I think the word policy got referred to, maybe it's our policy that's wrong, because I feel like we're on a personal journey with a personal person here. Maybe it's our journey wrong. I have no qualms about supporting Philip Reid today, because I know what the sort of man he is and the wishes we have for him to be back here. So I have no qualms whatever about voting that through. But perhaps it might satisfy members more when we think about the implications of staff if we change the exclusion for councillors so it's only one extension in maybe any 4-year period, or something along them lines, rather than isolating approval for one councillor as opposed to another. So I have no problems voting for this. I will be voting for this, and I wish Philip the very best of health.
Thank you, Councillor Count. I'm sure we all agree with that. Councillor Criswell.
Thank you, Chairman. I hadn't intended to speak, but I will say a few words if I may. I accept some members have concerns, but I would just like to remind members that Councillor Reid still lives within his community, so he is still acting as a conduit for solving people's problems. He's certainly in touch, as has been said, with Councillor Bailey and myself, and we're ensuring that those problems are solved. So it's very unfortunate he hasn't been able to attend many meetings, but of course he still lives in the community and is performing a useful and welcome function, Chairman. So I just want to make members aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hipkin.
Chair, the very fact that we're discussing this matter now suggests that we do have discretion. This isn't policy ordained. It's a matter of the exercise of judgment. Three things are going through my mind. First of all, the length of service. Phil Reid has served this council for many, many years and done so extremely well. And I therefore feel that if any leniency is to be afforded, he certainly should be receiving it. Secondly, I think we've got to consider the impact on Councillor Reid of today's vote. And for a sick man to receive the news that the council has resolved to terminate his position on the council, I think would probably worsen rather than improve his state of mind. I heard someone say that there is a limit to compassion. I don't agree. I think compassion has to be illimitable, and I therefore will be voting for the extension of his leave of absence.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. I have no other speakers. Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to speak, but I heard a couple of times it being said that this isn't personal, this is about policy. Well, actually, you know, if it's about policy, I don't feel this is the time or place to discuss policy about this particular issue. We have constitution and ethics to discuss policy, and I'll be talking with the chair of that to see what we can do. But I don't think now's the time to discuss policy.
Thank you. Members have no other speakers, so I think we shall move to a vote on this. Michelle.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 45 votes in favour, 16 against and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We move on, members, to the next item, which is item 8. We have one item for determination. The item relates to the Treasury Management Quarter 2 report, which discussed by General Purposes on the 24th of November. Can I ask the Chairman of the General Purposes Committee, Councillor Count, to move the recommendation as set out in the Council agenda?
Thank you, Chairman. I move the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Pleased to second the motion, Chairman.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Count. I imagine you wish to speak to present this.
Yes, as usual, I look forward to this point in the Council proceedings where I enthrall everybody with the highly detailed report of the Treasury Management Report, which is the Quarter 2 for 15-16 this year. I'm reporting an underspend, predicted underspend of 1.96 million. That's all covered in point 8.1 in the papers. That's largely due to favourable variances in the minimum revenue provision. It's also partially due to the continued favourable interest rates we've been seeing. I'd also like to report on table 4.1. The agreed borrowing was 463.5 million 30th September, whereas actually 366.1. We're predicting 435 million borrowing at March 2016, and at the moment, on point 5.1, the internal borrowing, which helps reduce our interest payments enormously, stands at 207 million. As usual, I'm happy to answer any questions of detail that I'm able to on this paper. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm sure there will be many, Councillor Count. Well, looks like Councillor Maguire, your moment to shine has come.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll reserve my right and speak.
Yes, I know you did, and now nobody else wants to speak.
In that case, Chairman, no, there's nothing to say.
Councillor Mason, you're off the hook, Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, as usual, I just wish to draw Council's attention to the interest that we are paying. It really does concern me, and I've said this before, but when we see that under the estimated outturn on page, I can't find the page number, but the estimated outturn is 16 million this year. Now, Chairman, what I'm disappointed about is really and truthfully that we don't seem to be able to reduce the amount of borrowing to a point where we can start to see that interest payable every year come down. In fact, on the 3-year projection, it is, of course, going to go up. As the last figures I saw were basically 44 million, going up to 44 million. On the interest rate forecast under Section 7,
the outlook. We do note that the 30-year Public Works Loan Board interest is predicted to rise from this year to next year. And this will, of course, with the number of loans that we have over that period with the Public Works Loan Board, I think this will tend to push the trend up further. I just wonder whether the leader can comment on that and whether there is a determined effort to reduce the amount of interest payable by this council, because it is a factor which electors who are complaining about loss of services, they do not get anything basically in return for paying interest, and I find that difficult to explain to my parish councils.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Now, who would like to answer Councillor Mason's question? Yes, you do, Councillor Maguire. It's very exciting.
Chairman, if I...
We're making the most out of this item.
It is difficult, without note of what Councillor Mason was saying, to actually understand quite the point. But clearly, if there is any opportunity to pay less interest in the future on any loans, then we would obviously want to seek that, and we would expect that's good treasury management. As to whether or not the taxpayer in Cambridgeshire benefits, clearly they must benefit from whatever we're spending our capital on. So it's difficult to answer his question directly. I'm not quite sure what he's getting at, but I'm sure if the leaders can add anything better, I can't. But as I say, I'm at a loss to understand quite the point he's making.
Councillor Shellens.
Thank you. I'd always understood that the purpose of borrowing was to defer the repayment of capital over the period of the use of the item concerned. So what one gets out of borrowing the money is avoidance of having to pay the whole capital sum in year one, which would bankrupt us.
That seems very clear. Councillor Maguire, you might want to take note there.
Thank you, Chairman. I note the Christmas spirit that came from your conversation.
Councillor Count, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, the main point here is about the reason for borrowing and how you pay it off. So, now, I know that Mike has continuously been scared about the level of debt that this council has, and much of this debt is not due to recent decisions, it's historic decisions. You know, when a neighbourhood's been built, and we've had to build a school, as Mike Shannon says, do you pay for the school then and there, or do you say to those parents that are sending their children to school and subsequent years, should this be paid over the lifetime of the school? And the obvious answer is, it should be paid for by the taxpayer over the life of the use of the asset. Right? Now, there's only two ways to reduce the borrowing. We either take it out of our revenue and increase our revenue provision, which at the moment is 4%, and say we will reduce our borrowing that way by paying off debt early, in which case we have to make more cuts to our revenue account and more savings, or you actually say we're just going to pay off the stuff that's already built and stop investing anything in the future. And I, for one, do not want to stop investing in the future education of our children in this area, the future economic delivery plans that will improve this area, and all the other projects that pass through this council and get the support of the council in order to be put into the capital plan. So there's a very good reason for having borrowing over longer term. Now, as you say, there is a prediction in there that public works loan boards will increase over the 30-year period. Now, we are doing everything possible to fix and borrow at the right point in time, where our predictions say this is a good time to borrow, this is a way to keep it down, because we don't have to borrow for 30 years, we can borrow for 50 years or 25 or whatever. We've actually put some money into the bond agency to try and actually drive down those costs as well. And if you read the paper in debt, a lot of the comments are extremely heavily caveated, particularly about the way interest rates will go. And anyone that's seen the news recently the way that CPI keeps dipping its toe into negative and positive territory around that 0 mark, would know that most of these predictions, whilst done as accurately as possible, they are very much based on a very flexible feast at the moment. Do we get anything for these interest payments? I know the children that I sent to school and their children will be getting something. So that's it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Members, we are asked to note this report. Are you happy to note it? Thank you very much. We now move on to agenda item 9, which is the Audit and Accounts Committee annual report, which is included in your agenda at pages 13 to 18. Can I ask Councillor Mike Shellens to move receipt of the report? Councillor Shellens, please.
Chairman, members, I'm always concerned when a speaker starts by saying he will be quick, as in my experience that is then rarely the case. So instead, let me say I hope not to try your patience for too long. In the run-up to this meeting, I'm sure that you've all given the annual report from Audit and Accounts Committee the attention you think it deserves. So I do not intend to drag you through it item by item, but will instead confine myself to a few points. You will have noticed the reference to the 28 studies carried out by internal audit with the 88 recommendations, and I'm extremely grateful to Neil Hunter and his team for giving us a steady flow of reports to consider. They make interesting reading for the committee and stimulate many questions from members. The wide-ranging reports provide assurance and reassurance about processes and practices of this authority. Knowledge of the existence of the service, in my view, acts as a brake on the very human trait of corner cutting. One of the successes of the year has been that the most significant recommendations agreed with management that come out of the reports are now being implemented much more speedily. At the outset, we had too many outstanding for more than 3 months. This is now transformed. During the year, most excitement was caused by the report on Cora, and Neil Hunter and his team brought clarity and purpose to a confused and potentially overwhelming volume of contributions. Thank you, Councillor Mason. I also want to thank members for their varied and insightful participation. The various recommendations on process are wending their way through the Council's decision systems, and we shall be launching future reviews so that we can assure you that the agreed actions agreed in this chamber are actually being implemented. Another area of great concern to the committee has been safeguarding of children in our schools, and we are now back to a happier level where we are simply seeking confirmation that the agreed processes are being implemented. I want to record my thanks to many other people. I start with the committee. It has been a huge relief to me that at no time do I recall party affiliation having any effect on our deliberations. It is, I believe, a beacon demonstration of local councillors working collaboratively for the good of the community. I would also like to include in my thanks not only the internal audit team, who've been jerked around into a new approach and emphasis on the bigger issues, looking at security but also value for money, and other officers who've had to come to the committee, mostly often finance obviously, but also others, who have faced a potentially challenging prospect of discussing the difficult aspects of their work with councillors who are looking for the penetrating question. Instead of defensiveness, I believe we've all been working together as a team rather than enduring us and them confrontation. My thanks would not be complete without acknowledging the support of Rob Sanderson from Democratic Services, who struggles personally and mostly successfully in trying to keep me sane and on the right tracks. That is enough of the Oscars thank you speech. We've had a torrid year with regard to the annual audit. Chris Yates finally got me to sign this off last week. When I confess that I am required to sign off the accounts by the end of September, then you will readily understand this has not been as smooth running as normal. We are hugely grateful to Chris Mallion and his team. They narrowly avoided a complete loss of humour in dealing with the most difficult set of auditors with which I've had to deal in my professional career, and they undertook a very large amount of extra work. And if anyone would like me to explain the complexities of the asset under construction issue, I would be happy to do so after this meeting. On the other hand, if they really want to understand it, you should ask Chris. However, I must tell you that the sign-off last week was conditional on the final external auditor report being yet further amended. The document given us for approval by PwC contained the startling inference that the value of the pension fund, the accounts of which they had just audited, stood at £8.8 billion, rather than 2-point-something billion. I think you will agree this is a correction that should be made in a document exposed to public view. Nearly there. One final point. You need no reminding of the financial situation in which we find ourselves. Audit has responsibility for overseeing economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. Yes, we shall continue to promote the safety of our financial systems and, where necessary, expose and prosecute fraud. We shall continue to ask why, and we shall continue to ask how, but we will also be looking at effectiveness. In my view, effectiveness is based on numbers. We shall be looking for the payback to the community in terms of the objectives you set in your committees at the outset of the expenditure. You and we all recognise this as having smart objectives, so that we can evaluate bang for bucks. Did we get out of it what we wanted to get out? If not, why not? And how can we do things better next time? I hope I can look to your cooperation in ensuring that the resources of this authority are deployed economically, efficiently, and effectively. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Councillor Shallons. Councillor Hipkin.
One of the most important roles of this council is the exercise of scrutiny. And we are extremely fortunate in that we have a number of councillors, whom I won't name, whose knowledge and understanding of the affairs of the council are such that they can stand on equal terms with officers with their professional knowledge. And it's reassuring to those of us who are not necessarily knowledgeable in every field to know that there are councillors who have that degree of skill and understanding. I do want to pay particular tribute to Councillor Shellens, because he clearly is a man who understands audit and accounts extremely well, and he obviously has a good working relationship with our financial officers. And I'm reassured by his report. And I want specifically to mention, as a huge thank you to him, for the way in which he dealt with what I can call the Cora crisis, because out of that mess came a series of proposals which I'm sure are going to improve even further the quality of scrutiny by this council.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. Councillor Mason.
I too would echo that tribute to Councillor Shellens, and thank you. I've just hopefully got one question which you may have already answered, but the question is basically, do we now understand that in signing off the accounts that this is an unqualified account report, as I know there were questions all the way through the process which you've outlined has been difficult. The other question I would just like to refer to is section 2.4 of Councillor Shellens' report, and that is virtually the review of the risk management policy. And I would just like to ask the question, is this a continuous process, and would he take any representation from members with regard to the interpretation of the risk management documents, which seem to be improved from last year, but which are being presented to committee? So that is two questions, really. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. We will give Councillor Shellens a moment to collect himself. Councillor Topping.
Thank you, Chair. I also support Councillor Shellens' very clear report on the work of the Audit Committee. And it used to be said that the purpose of audit was to come in and bayonet the wounded after things had gone wrong. And I would like to give this Council an assurance that the purpose of what's called the Audit and Accounts Committee is also to look forward and ensure that the risk management procedures, as Councillor Mason has just queried rightly, that those risk management procedures are appropriate for the levels of risk that the county council is embarking on. And particularly given the financial challenges that it faces. So I'm particularly pleased that we have continuously challenged the construction of the risk register and whether the right risks are on it, because it would be appropriate to say that we expect them to change over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Topping. Councillor Shellens, would you like to sum up, please?
Thank you, and thank you for those kind words, members. I think the only question to which I need to refer directly is from Councillor Mason. Yes, the report is unqualified. There has been some toing and froing, as you're aware, but having Chris Mallion and his team having done all the additional work, the auditors, who were very grumpy, have signed an unqualified report. And secondly, as regards risk management, it comes back to us every 3 months, and every 3 months I find something new to comment on.
Thank you, Councillor Shellens, very much. Council, we are not required to make any decision in relation to this, but I think the thanks expressed, I'm sure, come from all quarters, Councillor Shellens. We move now to item number 10, Constitution and Ethics Committee. These are recommendations from the Constitution and Ethics Committee. The first report on pages 19 to 30, item A, is the Cambridgeshire Local Pension Board, Terms of Reference and Standing Orders. Can I ask the Chairwoman of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, Councillor Mandy Smith, to move that the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and the Vice Chairman, Councillor Maguire, to second.
Thank you, Chairman. I am pleased to move the recommendation as set out in the Local Pensions Board Terms of Reference and Standing Orders report, as on page 19 of your agenda papers.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, I'm pleased to second the receiving of this report, but could I just say at this stage also as a member of the Pension Fund Board and its chairman that I hope colleagues around the Chamber will in fact support this recommendation.
Thank you very much. I have no speakers, so is everybody happy to accept recommendation A? Jolly good. The second report on pages 31 to 36, item B, is the rescission of previous resolutions. A copy of the proposed revision to the Constitution in relation to recommendation 3 has been circulated to all members. Can I ask the Chairwoman of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, Councillor Mandy Smith, to move that the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and the Vice Chairman, Councillor Maguire, to second?
Thank you, Chairman. I am pleased to move the recommendations as set out in the rescission of the previous resolutions report. There is also an additional paper for number 4, I believe, that has all been sent round to you.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, pleased to second the moving of the report, but reserve my right to speak, Chairman.
Councillor Leake.
With your forbearance, Chairman, may I say how nice it is to see Mr. Walters and his wife in the chamber with us this morning. Moving on to the rescission of previous resolutions, I would encourage the Council to vote against this because, quite simply, it's a bad idea. The effect of doing this is to make all of our committee decisions conditional. We make a decision 1 month, the next meeting, we may come to an entirely different decision. There is nothing in the papers or in the recommendations to suggest that this is an exceptional process, which, if we were going to go ahead with this, I think is the least that we should be including. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leake. Anybody else? Councillor Maguire, you reserved your right to speak.
No comment, Chairman. Now, happy to sit down.
Righto. Thank you very much. Well, as we've had a dissenting voice, we shall move to a vote on this element, please. Mrs. Rowe.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 46 votes in favour, 12 against and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. The third report on pages 37 to 54, item C, is the review of appeals against dismissal policy. Can I ask the Chairwoman of the Constitution and Ethics Committee, Councillor Mandy Smith, to move the recommendations as set out in the report be adopted, and the Vice Chairman, Councillor Maguire, to second?
Thank you, Chairman. I am pleased to move the recommendation as set out in the review of appeals against dismissal policy as on page 37 of your agenda papers.
Thank you. Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, pleased to second the movement and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Now, who'd like to speak on this? Councillor Netzinger.
We will also not be supporting this change to the Constitution. While I understand the reasons why this change has been brought to the Council, and I accept that those arguing for the change are doing so for valid reasons, I think the importance of independence and the clear appearance of independence outweighs any concerns about pressure on staff of appearing at these appeals. The appeals against dismissal occur at the end of a normally fairly lengthy process, and any dismissal is likely to be difficult and distressing for the member of staff concerned. The purpose of having members involved at this final stage is to ensure that the process which has been gone through has been fair, and to give staff members an opportunity to make their case before an independent panel who have taken no part in any earlier stage. I believe members are ideally suited to carry out this independent role, and they would be perceived by staff as truly independent in a way which would be difficult for senior managers. It is crucially important for the future of this council that our senior managers work together as a team and know one another well. Given this need for close working together, I do not believe that our senior managers would be seen to be as independent when passing judgment on decisions about another senior manager. I think there would be a perception that senior staff would watch each other's backs. And while I have great faith in our senior staff and their ability to make good decisions, I think this is crucially and important of how it would be perceived. I also have some concerns about our senior managers spending a lot of their time scrutinising one another's decisions. I would prefer that such scrutiny would be done by members because that is our job. I would therefore urge you to vote against this change.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. I too do not support this motion, and indeed at the committee I did speak and vote against it, largely for the reasons outlined by Councillor Netzinger, so I'm not going to go through those again because I think what she says is absolutely right. Because it isn't enough that justice should be done to our employees, it's that justice should be seen to be done, and I think that's critically important. I have sat on a number of appeals, and one of my reasons for opposing this and I think I can mention this case without any names, is there was an employee who had a grievance. It had gone through the various processes, and at the second stage, I think it was investigated by an officer who was very assiduous, did a very, very thorough job, and in his evidence did show that indeed the employee had a legitimate grievance. However, he concluded that he didn't because that was what his colleagues had concluded previously. This was challenged very much by the committee, and in fact we did agree that this individual had a grievance. When I asked the officer concerned why, despite the evidence, he was in fact going against what he'd discovered, and his line was that he was supporting his colleagues, and that seems to me to outline exactly why we should not have this system. That may have been a rogue person, that may have been somebody who felt they had to go along with what their other officers had said, but it does illustrate for me the dangers of this procedure. And I really do feel that option 2, which has an officer and 2 members, is the correct way to go when hearing appeals from our staff. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. I too oppose this motion, and I did in committee as well. I mean, if you look at the paper that went to GPC, you see what we're talking about is 8 appeals since 2013. This is hardly an onerous task, but I do firmly believe that members are independent and that senior officers, as the last resort, are not. I feel that if we adopt this, we will have more appeals going to tribunal, which will take longer, which will cost this council more money. I think members are ideally situated to deal with this policy, and that we should continue with the process we already have in place. I firmly believe that it's not broken and we don't need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harford.
Thank you, Chairman. As people who know me will know, I've spent a lifetime of supporting people and will have expected me to look very carefully at the detail of this proposal. And I am absolutely assured that the processes that we have in place to support our people, to achieve and to make a valuable contribution to this council are robust. I'm further reassured by the fact that members of the Staffing and Appeals Committee will have the opportunity to scrutinise the revised process and to make sure that those in whom the responsibility in future is vested are up to the job. As a consequence, I shall be supporting this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Schumann.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I move on to what I've written down here, two of the dissenters so far spoken against this seem to have a distinct lack of faith in our senior management doing their job properly, because actually I would hope to think that our senior management would always act in a fair and upright manner. This council is facing financial challenges and finances are reducing. We are pushed to do more for less. We have to ensure we make the best use of every penny, every opportunity, and most importantly, every employee who delivers services to the people of Cambridgeshire. Our leadership team have been challenging themselves to improve, and one area they are working on is better management of performance. We now have pay increase linked to performance, and they are targeting unacceptable levels of performance, an area of challenge in the public sector. The facts are we rarely part company with employees on performance grounds, and as part of projects to improve this, the leadership team have reviewed how we do it and all aspects of how it works. Staffing and Appeals was asked to consider giving full responsibility back to directors so they can own the entire process, which, in effect, means we take no part in the operational appeals against dismissal. We only have 3 to 5 a year. Some colleagues have and might say, why bother changing something, considering there's such a low number of appeals? Well, my response is that I, and HR confirmed they also share this opinion, would expect to see this increase if we remove the identified blockers in the current process. There was no criticism in how this works here. It was simply about responsibility and to respond to the feedback that more junior managers and to some degree employees feel inhibited when we have to speak to a panel of 3 councillors. Indeed, at the Staffing and Appeals Committee, this was confirmed by Councillor Barbara Ashwood, an ex-employee of the County Council, who felt this was the case. In supporting this, Staffing and Appeals were happy that this was an improvement in the policy and direction. We'd hope to get more from our money and we invest in our employees. There were protections confirmed that the appeals would remain independent, and it would be more efficient if this is held by one of the directors who would be available in practice 5 days a week. There have been concerns raised regarding the expediency in which we can carry out our appeals hearings. I know a number of my colleagues believe we have a role in this, as do I, but I and the Staffing and Appeals Committee believe this is a role of overview and scrutiny. The merits of overview and scrutiny have been voiced earlier by Councillor Hipkin and others. We have to adapt, as well as the officers, to the challenges this council faces. The committee heard the arguments on this item, and after debate supported the recommendation. I urge you all to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor Downs.
Thank you, John. Yes, I was very uneasy when I read this. And I think the points that have been made by Councillor Singh and Councillor Whitehead are valid. My concern is about the potential impact on future relations between senior managers and directors if this process goes ahead as written here. The situation might be that Director A comes to take the view that an employee needs to be dismissed. That will not have come easily. That would have been a very difficult decision. And they will have arrived at that decision. Along comes Director B and hears the case and overrules what Director A has said. But Directors A and B have got to go on working together in the future. And given that we are moving to a stage where we have fewer directors and fewer senior managers, the possibility of them being, as it were, insulated from each other is much less likely. So I think it would be harmful to the cooperative spirit of the directors if we were to put this tension between them. And therefore, I would prefer that we take our responsibility as lay people but committed to the organisation to make this final decision.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. Councillor Topping.
Thank you, Chair. I have some experience of hearing appeals in these sorts of cases, and indeed of supporting people who find themselves in these difficult circumstances. I was struck by Councillor Bullen's observation that having an internal appeals process would reduce the challenges that eventually went to what used to be called the employment tribunals. I actually would have no difficulty with a level of transparency which meant that if matters needed to go to an employment tribunal, and if it came out that this local authority had erred, then it would be right for this local authority to be held to scrutiny and public criticism. We cannot introduce a step in a process to hide ourselves from the scrutiny that all other public and private sector employers would expect. And my second point is that our role is to set the direction for this county council, to hold officers to account on the matters for which the people who elected us are concerned about. I do not see that it is our role to take away from the managers and the senior leadership of the council, the chief executive and her officers, a function that is integral to their responsibilities and for which they get paid. And therefore, I will be supporting the proposal that we amend a practice that has been with us for too long.
Thank you. Councillor Sales.
Thank you, Chair. The spirit of goodwill vanished rapidly from me when I heard the comments made by Councillor Schumann, which I strongly object to. Councillor Schumann shows a startling lack of understanding of human nature, because it is inherent in a close-knit management team that there will be support for each other. And the management team's getting smaller and smaller. As I recollect, this matter was passed in committee on his casting vote. It is not correct to say there was widespread support for it. We were completely split on it, and it was done on party lines, not on due consideration of matters of employment. There is no slur upon the integrity of senior staff. It's a matter of fact that I don't think that one employer should be in a position to actually sack another employer after a lengthy disciplinary process. Sacking people is the business of is essentially the business of the member, especially after a procedure, especially after an appeals procedure. This is a matter of fairness and due process. It's common for members to be involved in appeals, and it is common custom and practice elsewhere. And there was a recent very good example in the Fire Authority where we actually did overturn a management decision, and for good reasons. I asked members to reject this new proposed policy, and one of the main reasons is that we will incur all the costs of more industrial tribunals if we don't.
Thank you. Councillor Hipkin.
On the question of independence, I hope that I won't be misunderstood, but I don't think that councillors can claim any particular immunity from the possibility of bias. And when they come to hear appeals, if they do their job properly, they put aside a number of considerations which may have been introduced into the question of whether an employee is dismissed or not. For example, they would have to put aside any consideration that that person was represented by a trade unionist, and they would therefore have to put aside any loyalty which they might have to the trade union association that their political group might proudly proclaim it normally has. That would have to be put aside. Similarly, all considerations of race would have to be put aside. We wouldn't allow our judgment, even though we might have some sort of views on race, we wouldn't allow them to influence our judgment, nor would we on the question of gender, if it were alleged that an employee had been discriminated against on the grounds of their gender. What I'm insisting upon is that good councillors exercising their independence would have to put aside all proclivities to bias. Now, if that is possible for councillors, I think it is equally possible for officers. Senior officers would be in the same position of having to put aside the sort of considerations that have been mentioned as about, the culture within the organisation. Finally, I'd like to say that against the principle of independence, there's also an equally important principle of expeditiousness. We need to get things done efficiently in this council. And I think that one of the ways that we will do this is by rooting out people who, frankly, are underperforming. We cannot afford to carry passengers and people who are inefficient. And I simply do not believe that in these hard times that anyone who is worth their salt as an employee is going to be unfairly dismissed. Good employees are hard to come by. So someone is only going to face the question of dismissal if there are transparent and obvious reasons for dismissing them. And the person who is best placed to make that judgment is the line manager or a similar senior manager. So however hard this may seem, I think I'm going to vote along with the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Bates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had not intended to speak on this issue, but I feel a need to. I will be supporting this recommendation. There are many organisations that work in the public sector, the police, the NHS, the Environment Agency. They adopt a very similar approach that the one we see before us. Members are only involved in some councils. Not all of those organisations have members and members' involvement. So therefore, I follow a little bit from Councillor Hipkin. Actually, I do believe that I have confidence in our senior managers to actually understand the process, thoroughly scrutinise it, speak independently, make a proper decision based on the information. It still gives all the opportunities, I think, for people, if they so wish, and it is a complex issue, we all know that have been through it, as you might say, and have been part of that process, actually, and it is a very long process. And you reach that end, actually, often with some regret, to reach the end of that process, to actually dismiss somebody. I have only ever dismissed about 5 people in my career, most of which I actually felt some sense of importance in coming to those views. And I worked very much with trade unions when I worked in the NHS on those sort of issues. And you do need lots of input, as you might say, from other people. I think this is a step in the right direction. I think this actually is the right thing to do at this moment in time. I therefore will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Clapp.
Thank you, Chair. I'll come back to a time when somebody I know worked for the local authority. They were sacked for being registered disabled. Now, I want to make sure things like that don't happen here. I also want to make sure that certain people in this room don't discriminate against other people. I mean, one part of it was being dyslexic. I was slung off a committee as chair because I'm dyslexic. So that, to me, is discrimination. It shouldn't be happening anywhere, especially when it comes to employees or members, and it still happens now. As for officers, they might think to be autocratic or democratic. It depends what officer you have here in the case. I'd like to see it taken totally away from officers, let members have a look, and then make a decision. I mean, supposing this officer says, oh, I don't like employee J, I'm going to get rid of him. But that's an autocratic decision he should take, but he shouldn't be taking it. We should be involved in that process. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond to three councillors. The first is Councillor Clapp, who made a comment about his removal as chair of the Adults Committee. We all know that the way we appoint chairs and vice chairs under the committee system is through political groups agreeing by themselves, off their own back, to put that person in that place. So if he has a complaint about that situation, he needs to take it to his own group leader and not to anybody else. Secondly, Councillor Schumann accused, or certainly implied, that those who are going to oppose this motion lack confidence in the senior management team. Now, we all know that Councillor Schumann is a lot better than that, and I know that upon reflection he will see the infelicities that accompany that statement. Third, Councillor Hipkin, to whom I usually listen with great diligence. I was surprised to listen, because given Councillor Hipkin is usually very good on the importance of spending public money wisely, and as a good Labour man, I agree that we should not be wasting public money. But I was surprised to hear that in this case, officers are not directly accountable to the public for the spending of public money. That's what we're for. In a private organisation, you don't have that consideration because they're not accountable to the public. We are. It may be that there will never occur a situation where there is a culture around the officers where they're out to look after themselves. But the point is, it's a matter of principle that councillors, in the allocation of public finance for the delivery of its services, should have some degree of accountability on behalf of the public to measure how their taxes are being spent. And it seems to me that we should therefore have at least some democratic council representation on dismissal bodies. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. I have no other... Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry to delay proceedings. Yeah, I'd like to tackle this. Obviously, there's some difference of opinion here, and it's important that we come to the right decision today. And I'd like to... I meant right as in correct, not as in to the centre right. But yeah,
I'm not sure that's why they were laughing.
I'd like to think that we can come to the correct decision today, and there is plenty to discuss. And I'd like to tackle this area from three particular standpoints. And the first of all is the one of member responsibility. So when I first became a councillor, which was on a by-election, I had a one-to-one induction with the leader and then the chief executive of Fenland District Council. And they're at pains to point out to me the role of a member and the role of an officer. And I'm just going to sum up how I interpreted that in my own way. We members, we steer the ship, we set policy, we set strategy, and we send our officers off to do that. And we also, when we're looking at the policy and strategies, they affect great swathes of the population. They affect large numbers of officers. They don't affect individuals generally. When we decide on care packages for in adult social care or something like that, we don't double check every last decision that's made by an officer about an individual. What we do is set the policy and direction of this council, and that's our role. And the day-to-day running is an officer role. So that's the first one. Is this policy in front of us fair? Well, we've heard some comparisons when we look at other organisations. How does the NHS do it? How does the fire brigade do it? But also I'd like to ask, how does Tesco's do it? You know, what happens at... Excuse me, I have the red light, my turn. What does Tesco's do? You know, and why don't we do it the same? Well, some people might say we're not a business. But the government has afforded protection to all employees. And that protection says, if the company or local authority that you work for gets it wrong, what can the employee do about it? Well, they can go to an industrial tribunal. It's a very easy process. If it's wrong, the industrial tribunal will help you. And if that fails, there's the letter of law: sexual discrimination, racial discrimination, discrimination against disability of age. It's all protected in law. But here in the council, we say that the Labour government that didn't make any changes when they were in, the Liberal Conservative coalition that didn't make any changes that when they were in, the Conservative government now is making no major changes to that, saying that is sufficient for everybody else, and yet here we are saying that we need extra gold-plated protection for the employee. And that's something I don't get. Why do we need to put another piece of process in to ultimately overprotect the employee when that is sufficiently robust for everybody else? Now, in that process, the managerial process, our role is to look at our HR policies, to look at our process, to look at the strategy, to do what to do if something is going wrong for the employee. And I can give you a rough flavour of what that's like. It starts off with a verbal warning. And the moment a verbal warning goes in, that manager then suggests to the employee ways to improve and is given support to improve. It doesn't automatically go to the next step, which is a first written warning. But when that employee hasn't improved to the same standard that managers expect across the organisation, it then goes to written warning. And then there's an improvement plan and a second one. And that's normally overseen by another officer under the management structure. And all that is part of our duties. And they are given support all the way through. So to actually end up in a dismissal procedure means there's an inherent failure or a gross misconduct all the way along. So why do we need to terrify officers and members of staff, which we've heard about earlier? The reason we have so limited cases is because a lot of officers fear what will happen when they go in front of members. Now, I know they must mean you, because I'm just a cuddly teddy bear. So, but it's absolutely true. We had representations on this, and we heard that it went through the Constitution and Ethics Committee. So why do we want to do that? So, going back to square one, when I got elected, one of the number of things that I promised, like a lot of you did, would be to get rid of bureaucracy. So if I said to a member of the public today, I'm sure that I'm more responsible to the members of the public than maybe some people are more responsible to unions, is it fair that we have an enhanced process, a gold-plated process here that you don't have in private industry, that we actually want to take another step before industrial tribunals, and I think the member of the public would say no to me. So I've got 3 measures.
They better be
Well,
quick
test
ones,
or
Councillor
fail.
Count, because you're on the red light.
Thank you. Oh, apologies. Right. Three tests. Is it the responsibility of members? It fails on that. Is it fair?
I'm
It fails on
exercising
that.
chairmanly discretion. Councillor Count has 3 very short points to make, and then he's going to sit down.
Thank you very much. Is it the responsibility members? No, it fails on that. Is it fair? It fails on that. And is it public acceptable to carry on this manner? No, it would fail on that. Thank you very much,
Thank
Chair.
you. Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Chair. I really listened intently to the debate at C&E on this, and I've listened intently today, and I'm glad this has come to full council. And for me, it seems to boil down to the actions of senior officers and directors in this process. Councillor Downs was saying that he was frightened of senior officers, directors going up against other directors. For me, I want that to happen because that would prove that this process works. And actually, I don't see that a director wouldn't do that. That they are competent and professional. They get paid for what they do. And I have every faith that actually they would do that. So I have no problem in supporting this at all.
Thank you, Councillor Hickford. Councillor Maguire, you reserved your right to speak. Oh, no, apparently we have somebody else. Councillor Manning, stand by, Councillor Maguire.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make
But you are going to be the last speaker.
I'm going to be very brief, Chair. I just wanted to make something that just occurred to me. This is the second time we've discussed this procedure in this chamber, isn't it, today? I think we discussed it earlier, where we talked about the oversight, where we had a vote earlier to let a councillor stay for more than 6 months. And we agreed in that process that we would not follow the normal procedures. We would have oversight as members over it. Whereas now, we're saying, some of us are saying that actually we shouldn't have oversight as members over what is effectively still a dismissal.
Right, Councillor Maguire.
Chairman, I don't think I've got anything to add to the debate. I was trying to work out what that was about. But
How wise, Councillor Maguire. Will you be bringing gold, frankincense or myrrh? Right, members, we're going to move to a vote on this. Mrs. Rowe, if you'd be kind enough, please.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 32 votes in favour, 28 against, 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. We move on now to item number 11. Councillor Kenny, your thing didn't work. Right. Mrs. Rowe, what advice do you have for council on, or perhaps more specifically for Councillor Dr. Kenny?
Unfortunately, the vote has been taken.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Kenny, I'm afraid the vote has been taken. Without asking you to disclose how you were going to vote, I cannot see that in the end it would have made a difference to the final result. I think let's practice, perhaps, Councillor Kenny, pressing those buttons. Are we happy to move on, members? Members, shall we move on? We now have agenda item number 11, which is appointments to outside organisations. I propose as chairman to move the change in membership proposed for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Fire Authority, and will ask the vice chairwoman to second.
I am very happy to second.
Thank you. And the change is to appoint Councillor Maguire to replace Councillor Kevin Reynolds. All members in favour? Thank you. We move on then to item number 12, which is written motions. 3 motions have been submitted. The first motion has been submitted by Councillor Noel Kavanagh. Can I ask Councillor Kavanagh to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 2 and 3 of the Council agenda? Councillor Kavanagh.
Yeah, when I last spoke to full council on occasion of Mark Lloyd's leaving, I self-deprecatingly stated that I was not entirely clear of how we are the employers of all the staff employed by the county council, including the chief executive. You might recall when we did join the council, that was one of the things Mark Lloyd pointed out to us. So today I'm going to refer to ourselves as fellow employers. We are good, ethical employers. And like all good employers, we recognise and respect the importance of good industrial relations. And we also, I hope, as pragmatists, adhere to the adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Good
Heard
Tory
that
adage,
expression
that.
already today. It's hugely disappointing, actually, that the briefing notes that were provided as background to this particular motion are very inadequate. The union bill currently going through Parliament has 10 clauses. I must emphasise to you, and it's in your documents, that the motion relates to just 2 of these clauses. Clause 1, relating to facility time, and clause relating to the deduction of trade union membership subscription, the check-off. As employers, we should be aware what union reps do in facility time. And from some of the comments made earlier, I'm beginning to wonder whether how many of us do. So I'm actually going to give some information out, very important information that we need to be aware of. Union reps carry out a wide range of often demanding and complex roles in their facility time. That includes informal advice to their colleagues, formally representing members' in grievance and disciplinary hearings, negotiating with managers, and also, in addition to the above, many union reps carry out a number of specialist roles in health and safety at work, improving access to learning and skills, improving equality and diversity in the workplace, and working with employers to make workplaces more environmentally
Councillor Kavanagh, I do apologise. Councillor Mason is raising a point of order.
It would be appreciated, Chairman, if Councillor Kavanagh would not wave his papers in contact with his microphone, because it makes it very difficult for those of us relying on the loop.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Apologies, I'll do my utmost to become a static person. Although we do live in times of change, it's evident in the debates here. Right, is that another minute added on?
Don't worry,
All right,
it's all in control.
Right, to summarise those points, listen carefully to this. It's been estimated that the financial cost for every hour paid of facility time is repaid 8 times over. The most recent comprehensive assessment of the contribution by union reps towards improved business performance was made by the then Department of Business, Enterprise and Regulatory Reform in 2007. And as part of the review of union facility time, the report found that the work of the union reps resulted in savings to employers and the Exchequer of between 22 million and 43 million pounds as a result of reducing the number of employment tribunal cases. Think back to what we've just been talking about. Benefits to society worth between 136 million and 371 million pounds as a result of reducing working days lost due to workplace injury, and benefits to society worth 45 million as a result of reducing work-related illness. In addition, it can be reasonably estimated that the work of the union reps also results in overall productivity gains worth between 4 billion to 12 billion in the UK economy, savings of at least 19 million pounds as a result of reducing dismissals, savings to employers of between 82 million and 143 million pounds in recruitment costs as a result of reducing early exits. It's also important to note that the LGA are currently drafting a report with a similar theme to this motion, that these items must be determined locally, not at a national level. So we're in good company here. Think on it. The facility time negotiated and agreed by us and our trade unions to meet our specific needs plays a valuable role in the creation of our quality and responsive local services. Our local facility time should not be dictated or controlled by central government in London. We are happy with the arrangements we currently have in place for deducting trade union membership subscriptions through our payroll. It is a cheap and easy system to administer, and it does not need to be changed. And looking at the detail proposed by the government, it's actually going to be very costly to change it. So, fellow employers, I urge you to support this motion to direct the Chief Executive to write to central government confirming this council is content with the existing arrangements we have with trade unions, and we do not want to have them changed.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. I'll second it and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, speakers. Councillor Netzinger.
I'm slightly disappointed there aren't more speakers. We have had a discussion about this and decided in a very Corbynist type way to have a free vote. We do have a lot of sympathy with what Noel has just said about the trade unions. The trade unions have a crucial role to play in good industrial relations. However, we are...
Sorry, Councillor Netzinger. Councillor Schumann has a point of order.
Apologies, Chair. I think there's again interference in the microphone. I'm struggling to hear. I don't know if Councillor Mason is there. If there's a chance you could use the microphone next to you and point it across. I don't know.
I'm not going to speak for very long. I was just going to say that while we are very supportive of trade union relations and the importance of what trade unions do, we are less supportive of the current arrangements for the political levy, which is used by some unions to fund the Labour Party, and which I suspect that this motion is to some extent about. And therefore, we are willing to listen to the Labour group and hope that they can convince us that that is not what this motion is about, in which case we might be willing to support them, but we're going to wait and see.
Councillor Hunt.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I wasn't going to say anything, but I just kept thinking this is a national matter. This is a matter which has been brought forward by a government that was elected by the majority of the people in this country. And it should...
Members.
I make the point that this is a national matter.
Please continue, Councillor Hunt.
And I don't think we should take an example from the House of Commons where people just chatter and yell while people are speaking. I think we can be above that. This is a national matter and shouldn't be brought here. I think it's wrong to bring party political issues which should be on the national stage here to this council. It is clearly that's what it is. Councillor Kavanagh also says it is a cheap method of collecting subscriptions. Well, actually, if we stop it, we'll reduce the cheap to nil, and that's what we should be all about. So I think it's wrong of Councillor Kavanagh to bring this to this council. It's got one motive, and I think we should respect the members, the employees at this council, and let them make their own choice. It's their money, it's their wages. They can decide what they want to do with it. They can join a cricket club or they can join a trade union. Let them do, not have the moral gang pressure on them to sign over some of their salary to an outside organisation. Give the employees proper choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh, your moment.
No, I will be calm. It's the season of goodwill. Actually, the first thing I would say, just for the interest of clarity, I'm a proud member of the University and College Union, and just because I'm a member of that union, it does not mean I put that above the public interest, as was mentioned in the previous item, and I fear maybe mentioned again today. There is absolutely no conflict between being a trade unionist and somebody who puts the public interest above all else. Now, the political levy. I would forgive Councillor Nislinger if she hasn't followed the internal politics of the Labour Party over the past few years, because it's not always the most interesting, believe it or not. But the Collins Review, we have the cleanest money in politics, better than any dodgy donor, because the political levy is voted democratically by a majority of a trade union, with members choosing from their own back, by their own will, to fund the Labour Party. And if they don't want to, absolutely nobody in the trade union forces them to do otherwise. Now, I accept, and I have a lot of sympathy for the fact that council chambers should not be used always to debate national party politics. But this is an instance where national policy by government relates directly to how this council operates. And as this county council shows, industrial relations have never been better in history. The number of strike hours lost to industrial action have never been lower. So let's use that good old Tory adage, if it's not broken, why fix it? And I would like to appeal, and I know it exists, there is an honourable, august tradition of one nation Toryism on those benches. And it might not be well represented in the national government, but I appeal to them to use their better instincts, to use that honourable tradition and stand up to those dry, nasty, gnarlish little economic liberals who run the Tory party at the moment, to say that we have a duty to see the value of everything and not just the price of everything. So I would simply say, I'm asking the Tory party to vote for the status quo. Surely you can do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Gillick.
I don't have a great brief for the trade unions, and what is essential, I've just had a case I've talked about quite recently. The small people in the employment, if the people are well paid, they can go to law to defend their position. Increasingly, that is fewer and fewer people. And this particular thing, this person was being badly treated in the work, and she paid the dues to the left-wing, representative of the union. But they represented her in court, and nobody else would, because she couldn't afford to. I mean, at that level, it's essential that this is retained. If you have money, you can have law. If you don't, you may only have the union to defend you. So I would, in fact, support it.
Thank you, Councillor Gillett. Councillor Clapp. Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to refer members to the briefing note, and I would have been more sympathetic in terms of following Councillor Kavanagh's argument had this come to Council during the consultation period on the trade union bill. It seems to me that we're making representations to Parliament whilst the bill is actually, or we're being asked to make representations whilst the bill is actually going through. And so I really feel that maybe this is a little bit too late to make any definite alteration to national policy, which, as members have said, is a national matter. And I just, on another very brief matter, I did not interrupt Councillor Kavanagh on a point of order in any way to try and impede his flow, which he presented things in a very efficient way. I would just make the point, Chairman, that those of us who have to rely on the loop system, if members actually keep tapping the microphone with their papers, it actually prevents us from actually hearing what is being said. And the reason I interrupted Councillor Kavanagh was because I could not hear what he was saying clearly. So I do hope that he will take that on board.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. A salutary reminder for us all, perhaps. Councillor Dr van der Ven.
Just to say thank you to Councillor Kavanagh for presenting the motion so clearly, and I would like to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be supporting this motion and largely on the issue of localism. I do have some concerns about trade unions and where some of the money that they levy ends up, and I would urge them and hope that they will be much more, not just open, but much more thoughtful in where their members and their subscriptions end up politically. Having said that, I think the national debate is actually one of big party politics infringing on the good practice of this council. We have a system which works. We have industrial relations which are very, very good with the process that we have already. And for me, I'll be voting for this motion on the basis that I think this council does its job well. Its employment practice works well. Its relationship with its employees and its trade unions works well. And I do not want to see central government trampling all over that for political reasons. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns.
Simply, I believe in choice, and I believe, as a previous employer of this council, by example, that I should have the choice of whether I want to give money towards a union of any description. I think there is still a role for unions. I think there isn't the same role for unions that there used to be, and indeed demonstrated in the motion put forward earlier today about the role of councillors in the dismissal process, that we do have different HR law, we have considerable HR law. And I think indeed some of that is definitely due to the role that unions have played in the past. But I do believe in choice, and I believe it's up to the individual how they choose to spend their money.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't have much sympathy for this motion at the end of the day. The main bit is the actual recommendation to write to the government and suggest that they should change their mind, as somebody else has said. At this late stage, it seems like a letter being written to appease maybe our members that support us, whether it be trade union or otherwise, to show that we've actually done something, rather than actually a belief that there's any real effect going to come about from it. I like Councillor Kearns agree in choice, and I do think that it's very important here that this bill is introducing the freedom for people to choose whether they want to support not only the trade unions but the political deduction in their levies. And I know, and I've had personal conversations with employees of this council, that are not entirely happy with that. Now, I know that you can opt out, and I know that things have moved on from the past where perhaps certain trade unions, more associated with Chicago than here, the decision to opt out was heavily reinforced that you may wish to reconsider. I know we've moved on for that, but still it shouldn't need to go down that route. The choice to pay for anything should be your choice to pay, not a deduction, and your choice and opportunity to not pay. So I fundamentally disagree with this. I've looked at the briefing notes, and I noticed that, as you say, that there are about 10 points in total, and the more I read, the more I liked. So I'm heavily in support of opposing this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. To be truthful, I still haven't decided which button I'm going to press yet. It seems to be a lot of political talk from both sides. I understand what the Conservatives want, and I understand what Labour wants. What I actually want to know, and I don't know whether I answer, is what do our employees want? Are they happy with the system as it is now? And if so, I'll support the motion. If they're not, then I'll oppose it. But nobody in this chamber has been able to tell me that they've spoken to our employees and asked them what they want. But all I'm saying is I want that answer. So I'm hoping that the seconder perhaps can tell me they have or tell me they haven't. But I haven't made my mind yet.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. Councillor Count seems to think he's already covered your point, but in any case, we shall now have an opportunity from the seconder of the motion, Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. Perhaps I should first of all declare an interest. I was for many years president of the Cambridge Association of University Teachers. So I was not just a member of a union, I did represent that union. The legislation that we're talking about is yet another effort on the part of the government to drive a wedge between employers and employees to the detriment, I believe, of good working relationships. And this motion is about maintaining good working relationships, which I thought, naively it seems, that we would all want. But it appears from some of the speeches on the other side of the chamber that not everybody is interested in good working relationships. And I don't see that we should support these petty changes which are potentially or could potentially alienate our workforce by imposing on them these rather silly restrictions. Those who work for the unions, as Nola's pointed out, do a very valuable job. Frequently, and he gave great detail, so I won't go over it, because of their work and their representation of the workforce, small, often tiny grievances are prevented from becoming big and important and rather disastrous confrontations. And I think we would all want to continue to have good working relationships that avoid those kinds of confrontations. And I don't see why those who are prepared to give their time to support their fellow workers should be penalised for that. I think they should be given time to facilitate that important role that they play, and I think we should support that facilitation. Then we go about reductions for the payroll, and I'm really surprised at the comments here. Nobody is forced to join a union. You have to choose to join the union, and if you choose to join it, then we as good employers will deduct that subscription from your salary. It's a service that we provide. But this argument that somehow deducting or not deducting from salary is a choice about whether you join a union or not is simply rubbish. You know, you have to choose, first of all, to be a union member, and if you choose to be a union member, then, as I say, we as good employers provide the service of deducting subscriptions from the payroll, which is not onerous and is a very small task that we can do to help our employees. We've had the comment made that this is perhaps a little bit late and that we should be making, as indeed we have made, protests sooner. That seems to make the assumption that U-turns are not ever implemented by government. There's no reason why there can't be a U-turn on this, as there's been on many other things. And therefore, I really would urge you to support this motion. I think it is important we have good working relationships with our employees, and irrespective of whether they have chosen whether or not to join a union. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Kavanagh.
Many thanks to
Don't
many
bang the
thanks to
microphone.
Councillor Whitehead for adding to what I regard as the educational process, because there are so many received opinions and prejudices about this vital aspect of our economy, the trade unions. But the attitudes that do exist weren't fully made public by, I can sense, the party who are not going to support my motion. But those who did speak, they did reveal what people are thinking. And I've got a feeling some people are thinking that they would like to aim to compete for that title, the Tyson Fury title of spokesperson for industrial relations. Please think carefully before you vote. You know which is the most sensible way. I did actually go onto the website and I read a huge amount of the bill. And as an introduction to the bill, the Prime Minister put forward a little statement saying this bill was part of his ambition to turn the UK into the largest economy in the Western world by 2030. And I thought to myself, Germany, still a massive economy, still a bigger economy than us. And I won't give you another lesson, but if you have the time, Google industrial relations in Germany, and you'll see we've got a lot to learn about partnerships for success and so on, and inclusiveness and inclusive decision-making.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. We'll move to a vote now, please, Mrs. Rowe.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 26 votes in favour, 33 against and 5 abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. That concludes discussion of the first motion. We now move to the second motion submitted by Councillor Bullen. Can I ask Councillor Bullen, please, to move and speak to his motion as set out on pages 3 and 4 of the Council agenda? Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Chairman. As most members will know, I sat as a magistrate for in excess of 14 years, and for the majority of that, I sat on the Family Proceedings Court. I firmly believe that the current president of both the Family Proceedings Court and the Court of Protection, Sir James Mumby, is probably the best president both of those courts have ever had. It is Sir James's point of view that they are the only two courts left in this land that are not completely open to public scrutiny. They're still held behind closed doors, and he firmly believes that justice must be done, but more importantly, that it must be seen to be done. And Sir James has done an awful lot recently to try and open both of those courts to both the public and indeed to the media, whilst maintaining a number of safeguards to protect the young and the vulnerable. And those safeguards are very much at the centre of what he's trying to do. He is currently out to consultation with his ideas, and my motion is very much in support of his ideas and showing that support that these courts should be more open, they should be open to the scrutiny, or as all the other courts are, but with the protection afforded. I don't believe that the briefing note actually helps a lot, and I would draw members to the very last line, which says it's just a snapshot of the legal position as it is at the moment. But there are some points in there that I believe are very relevant to this motion and will help members make a decision. And I'll just draw attention basically to the very last page of that, where it states that in August 2014, Sir James did issue a consultation paper entitled Transparency and the Next Steps, in which he invites views on specific proposals under consideration in opening up both the Family Proceedings Court and the Court of Protection, while preserving the confidentiality and privacy of those involved in cases. The paper seeks preliminary pre-consultation views, and that's what I'm trying to ascertain today, about the possible hearing in public of certain types of family case. But on this particular point, the paper does add, and it emphasises that before any specific proposals are implemented, he will consult further on the detail of whatever is proposed. The purpose of that is to canvass preliminary views in order the better to be in position to decide whether, and if so, how it might proceed. Personally, I believe that Sir James is right, and he's made his own views perfectly clear. He believes that those courts would be better served if they were open to public scrutiny, that they would be better served, the people who use them, if members of the public and press could attend. But, and this is the caveat that's in the second part of my proposals, that certain safeguards must be put in place to protect both the old, the vulnerable, and the very young. I recommend Sir James's ideas to this chamber, not mine. I'm just supporting them. And I hope that people will have done their homework, will have looked at the huge insteps Sir James has made in both of those courts, and the improvements that he's attained to date. But there is a danger that, although still improving, they may stall, and particularly because of the recent irresponsibility of some members of the press. That, I believe, should not be the decision for voting yes to this motion. That will be withheld, it will be sorted, and the safeguards will be in place. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand, Councillor Reeve, you are to second. Yes, please. Thank you. We have received an amendment. Councillor Netzinger.
I would like to move our amendment, which I hope you have in front of you, and reserve my right to speak at the end, and Peter will introduce it.
Nice. Okay, thank you. So the amendment is proposed. Councillor Downs, are you seconding? And are you speaking to the amendment? Councillor Downs.
First of all, I'd like to thank Councillor Bullen for bringing this matter to our attention, because I suspect that many of us were not fully aware of this. I'd also like to thank the people who prepared the briefing note, which I thought was quite helpful, and we learned a lot from it. Now, I'm quite attracted to this motion, but it's interesting that in his presentation, Councillor Bullen has presented one aspect of it very forcefully, that is openness and public proceedings. What really attracted me to your motion in the first instance was the fact that you were drawing attention to the potential impact on children and fragile families by the cuts in that system. And that was what I thought was worth our support, because as you rightly say in your preamble, we work with other bodies to protect and look after these most vulnerable people. So that is why I'm, as it were, want to be supportive of the point that you are making. And I'm very pleased to see you say things like the Council is doing its best to secure the resources needed to fulfil its obligations. And I hope that you will bear that in mind when we come to our business plan discussions later in the year. There are one or two inconsistencies in some of the paragraphs that you've written, but that's not the place, this is not the place to work those out, I think. I mean, let's concentrate on your main point and where our amendment, so our amendment is clearly to support 9A, but our reservations are about 9B and C. What you're basically saying is we write to Mr. Gove, who I think has not been my favourite minister in the past, but he's doing a better job in justice than he did in education. Now, not much of a statement. Not much of a bar. My concern about B is the use of the word elected representatives. What does that mean? There are all kinds of elected representatives. There are parish councillors, there are district councillors, there are county councillors, there are MPs, there are MEPs. Now, I put it to you that the sensitivity of some of these cases is beyond the capacity of some elected representatives, because they're difficult circumstances, and I think we would be making a mistake if we were to say we wanted any elected representative to go in, well-meaning, no doubt, but with perhaps very idiosyncratic views, very traditional views, very simplistic views about the complexity of the case. So I feel very uneasy about any elected representative being able to be involved in the way that you suggest. Now, as for C, I'm not totally clear what Sir James is saying about having the press and public there, but not able to report. Because that seems to me to be rather difficult. If you say you can come in and listen, but when you've heard the details, you can't report them, that is, I think, putting the press in a very difficult position. And I foresee the dangers of leakage of unattributed remarks, even in some cases, because things are sometimes very, very difficult, even blackmail, I'm afraid. If you allow people in, and then you say, but you're not allowed to report. So I'm very uneasy about C. So I want to support A. I want to restrict the elected representative to the MPs, because they are the people who should be scrutinising the process, not us. And I would prefer to eliminate C. And I hope that that amendment might attract some support. But that said, I want to reiterate my basic support for Councillor Bullen's concern for the impact on children of the shortage of money in this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Downs. Councillor Bullen, as the mover of the motion, are you happy to accept the amendment?
No, I'm not.
Thank you. Right, we will now proceed to debate the amendment, and I have got, first of all, Councillor Count. Do you wish to speak on the amendment?
I'm confused, Chairman. If he's accepted the amendment, are we
No,
now debating?
he said he's not.
Is he not?
No.
He's probably bashing his mic and I didn't hear.
Well,
okay, in
indeed.
that case, my apologies, Chairman.
No,
I shall
fine.
carry on and talk. I shall talk to the amendment.
Thank you.
And I shall be quite short and quite sweet. I regard the original motion as well-intentioned. I find that some of the paragraphs are a bit lackadaisical, a bit jump to conclusions, and some of the recommendations lack integrity, and particularly the one that the Liberal Democrat group have sought to remove, the one about the press and public. I think that is an important removal from here. I think the point about the representatives being MPs is well made, and so on the basis of those recommendations, I'm happy to support the amendment. But what it leaves me with, it's like a three-legged table. You've got two legs that work, and one's so short it's going to fall over, and the Liberal Democratic amendment manages to put a bit of bookwork underneath there. I still think it's going to fall over because there's other things that are wrong with it, but at least it's an improved version and one now more worthy of consideration. So I'll support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Count. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Bullen for putting this motion. I'd also like to thank Councillor Nasinga for the amendment. I think the amendment means that it alleviates the issues that I had with the original motion, and I will certainly be supporting the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Gillick.
I would support this. Again, it's rather like the last thing we were discussing, the representation. I think they're quite correct. At present, it generally works well within these courts, the family courts. However, there are occasions when somebody is left completely abandoned with no sort of representation at all, and they can do nothing about it. It cannot be known. And they lose their children, or they lose whatever they lose. And that is a pity. There have been cases in this area where even a Mackenzie friend was ousted, and the person was left alone in this court with no representation, not very bright, and adrift. And she lost everything. The point about it is there needs to be some sort of regulatory body within these courts so that there is always somebody who is a wise ear. I suppose a lawyer should be that, but they're horrible. So there needs to be some way that there's a representation and openness in some of these cases. And I think if this motion helps that, I think it must be a good thing, and I would support it.
Thank you. Councillor Gillick. The amendment that is under discussion, Councillor Bullen, you wish to speak to it?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A couple of points which were raised by Peter I would like to talk about, and he's on about sub-item B and C. I think what we need to remember is that the majority of cases that go for family proceedings and to court of protection are actually instigated or attended to by the local authority. So to change it to MPs, the MPs generally have nothing whatsoever to do. But I must point out that it's his choice. If the person wishes to discuss with their elected representative, they're free to do so. But it is our Children's, Families and Adults Department that attends most of these cases. And therefore, if any member of the public who is involved in family proceedings or court of protection cases wishes to speak to their elected representative who represents them on the local authority concerned, it will be us. It will not be their members of parliament. And Sir James made that critically clear, that it should be the elected representatives of the local authority concerned, not higher up the chain. The third, sub-item C, and I understand what you're saying, but there are safeguards in place in all of the courts. What Sir James is saying is that the courts should be open to the press and to the public, and they should be free, the press or the media, to report cases in that court that they believe are in the public interest. Every single court in the land currently has the ability to say that certain names have to be excluded or that certain parts of the court proceedings cannot be reported. That happens in every court in the land at the moment, apart from these two. And what he's saying is that that safeguard will be put in place. So if the court decides that something is not in the public interest or that somebody needs protecting, they will muzzle the media and the press for that reporting. So the safeguards are already in place. And because of that, I would say, accept the first point is a valid one, and if that goes through, then if the council chamber votes for the amendment, then so be it. But I firmly believe that the motion was intended, or I know it was intended, I wrote it, to include all three of those sub-paras, and I think that it's very much watered down by taking any of them out.
Thank you, Councillor Bullen. And finally, Councillor Netzinger, who reserved your right to speak. I think it's a rather odd way of doing it, but let's press on regardless.
The reason was that this amendment was originally proposed by Peter, so it was right that he should speak in the first place. We've found this a difficult decision as there are two competing ideals and goals within this motion. The first is the idea that the only true justice is open justice, and that's a very important ideal. And the second is that there is a need to protect some litigants from the glare of publicity. This amendment is our attempt to balance these two competing goals. There is no question that open criminal courts are not generally helpful to the most vulnerable in society. Justice is not easily available for victims of domestic violence, for children, for those with learning disabilities or for others who are vulnerable. The family courts deal much more frequently with these groups, and the increased secrecy connected with those proceedings is generally for the protection of these vulnerable groups, and that is why we have suggested in our amendment that we take out the paragraph C. I'm very grateful to Councillor Count for his support of our amendment.
Thank you. We will now move to a vote. Councillor Bailey, everybody who is supposed to have spoken has spoken.
I'm sorry, I have a question of process, if I may.
Oh,
it's just
my favourite. Go on.
I'm wondering whether it is possible to vote on the 1 and 2 separately, or whether that would need to be moved as a further amendment.
On 1 and 2 separately.
Point of order, Chair. It's actually the amendment that we're voting on now.
Right. The answer is no. The answer is no. It's an amendment and we can't amend amendments. So we take it as a whole. Okay, so we are going to go... Thank you, Councillor Scott, for your intervention. We are going to go to a vote. Mrs Rowe, if you'd be kind enough, please.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the amendment, please press the button marked yes. Members against the amendment, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 44 votes in favour, 15 against, 5 abstentions. The amendment is therefore carried.
Thank you very much, Mrs Rowe. Now, Councillor Bullen, this means that the substantive motion has been changed by the amendment. Is there anything you'd like to add?
I don't think there is, Mr Chairman.
Is there anybody burning to speak? Councillor Topping.
Sorry, Chairman, I won't detain you long. Sorry, this is a debate on the substantive motion.
As amended.
As amended. Right. So I actually wish that... I think this is a very serious matter, and I think Councillor Bullen is to be commended for bringing this to the attention of the Council. I wish that he had accepted that amendment, because in preparation for this, I read Sir James Mumby's practice direction that was issued to the courts, and it seemed to me that that direction actually met the concerns that Councillor Bullen had expressed to us. So I mean, there may have been some confusion here, but I am at one with Councillor Bullen that Sir James Mumby is taking the family courts in exactly the right direction in regard to openness. I used to run legal aid for this region when we had a legal aid service, and I absolutely agree with Councillor Bullen that it is very difficult at times for lawyers to put forward concerns about cuts to legal aid because they can be accused of special pleading. And my experience of the family lawyers who dealt with these difficult matters under legal aid was that they were not fat cats at all. However, I know a little about the Courts and Tribunal Service, and I know that it is undergoing a transformation which is absolutely necessary. Some of its practices and some of the systems that support it are arcane, and it is absolutely right for the Secretary of State for Justice or the Lord Chief Chancellor or whatever he's called. I think he's called a number of things, most of them repeatable. It is right for the Courts and Tribunal Service to undergo a transformation, and therefore I do not consider that part of this motion that expresses some concerns about the costs being impacting on children in care. I'm afraid I cannot support that. So my difficulty is that the thrust of this motion seems to go in a number of different directions, some of which I'm entirely supportive of and some of which I'm not. So with deep regret, I cannot support this motion, even though I think that Councillor Bullen should be commended by all of us for his efforts on this point.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
I rise to commend Councillor Bullen also, but to say that unfortunately I shall have to abstain on this substantive motion. I agree absolutely with A, and there is a problem with the cuts, particularly in this area, but in all areas of the law. Children have a right to access to justice just as adults do, and it's absolutely imperative that children have access to a court system that is properly funded, where they are properly represented, and where legal aid is available to them in their own right. And so I absolutely support that. As to B, both as it existed and as it's amended, there is a problem with that, because if one is an elected representative and if there is a dispute between two parties and both parties come to their elected representative, then the elected representative is placed in an invidious position, because there's an absolute conflict of interest, and they will have to say to one of those parties, the one who comes to them second, I cannot speak with you about the matter. And that party then goes away believing that their elected representative is being unfair and acting improperly, because they actually are speaking to the other party who got to them first. I really must say something about the original C, because that I would have supported absolutely. It is absolutely imperative that our court system is open to the press and to the public, and they support the presence of the press, however much they are vilified, is an absolute support to people who are vulnerable. People who are vulnerable need scrutiny of the courts, and if the press is out there reporting something that we don't like to read, then there is something wrong that is going on in the courts, or there is something wrong going on in our society. And we need to know it, and the press needs to inform us of it, so that we can take action through our elected representatives to make sure that the court system is acting properly. The press is imperative to our justice system. So I end by saying I commend Councillor Bullen, and I simply regret that I'm going to have to abstain from supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Reeve, you reserved your right to speak as the seconder of the original, now amended motion. Do you wish to take advantage of the opportunity now, as I have no other speakers? And before you rise, you may be interested to know it is 12:43. It is 12:43. If you would rather speak now, that's fine, or I can delay you till after lunch. Which would you prefer? Now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very quick. I do wish that the original motion had gone through, because I think it has huge merit, and I echo everything that's been said in support of Councillor Bullen for bringing this motion forward. Albeit the amended motion is a watered-down version, I do believe it's a very positive step in the right direction, so would urge the Chamber to vote for it.
Thank you. And on that point, we shall move to a vote. Mrs. Rowe, please.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the substantive motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the substantive motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 45 votes in favour, 14 against and 5 abstentions. The substantive motion is therefore carried.
Thank you, Mrs. Rowe. It is 12:44. We shall break for lunch. Please come and sing carols 1:30 in the reception area. And could we please be back at 1:45? So you've got 15 minutes to hark the heralds. All right. Welcome back, members. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. And I think we must say thank you to the choir who did such a sterling job. They're really super, aren't they? So we now move to the third motion, which has been submitted by Councillor Jocelyn Scutt. Can I ask Councillor Scutt to move and speak to her motion as set out on pages 5, 6 and 7 of the Council agenda? Firstly, however, I believe you have an alteration to make, which I do need the consent of Council to agree. And correct me if I'm wrong, on page 5, the bottom paragraph, the first line of the paragraph should read, any allocation from another directorate, as opposed to any reallocation to another directorate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Members, are you happy to accept that change? Thank you. Councillor Scutt, the floor is yours.
Thank you. In her illustrations of political economy, illustrations of taxation, poor laws and paupers, in 1834, the economist Harriet Martineau, who established economics as a discipline, put human beings at the heart of the economy and humanity as central to philosophy and practice of economics. Austerity measures following the Second World War were introduced in line with the realities of shortages and the importance of all contributing equally by equally engaging in rationing, whilst the government introduced jobs and housing programs and other measures designed to stimulate the economy. That government understood that keeping an economy prospering required government spending to spur investment, jobs and income growth. Today's so-called better business climate model is claimed to eliminate Keynesian policies by cutting back on government spending. But this is not so. Simply, government spending is directed elsewhere, not to social goods, including infrastructure, education, social care and health care, but for income tax cuts for the wealthy and programs boosting the private sector over public programs directed to public good. In his book published this year, Runaway Inequality, Les Leopold points out that no longer are job training, public job creation and all manner of investments for eliminating poverty the policy and practice of central government. Rather, as he says, the poor are told to get out there and work in jobs that no longer exist because they have declined or disappeared through technological change, government policies and the current government practice of dismissing those in paid work, downsizing and diminishing the public sector and demanding by its funding cuts that local government get rid of workers too. This faces every local government in the United Kingdom, and Cambridgeshire County Council is faced with an ever-reducing and reduced budget, so that every committee struggles to determine what goes next. What can bear the burden not only of having its financial provision reduced, but what can be cut altogether? We're at the stage of endeavouring to honour statutory obligations only, and even then the prospect is of nicking away at these obligations so that judicial review is less likely to succeed. This exercise is intolerable, and central government must be made to face up to its responsibilities for funding local government so that Cambridgeshire County Council and all local authorities are able to do our job. In 1998, the United Kingdom ratified the 1985 Charter of Local Self-Government, providing public responsibility shall generally be exercised by those authorities closest to the citizen. Powers given to local authorities should ordinarily be full and exclusive and must not be undermined or limited by central government except as provided by law. Further, where powers are delegated to them by central government, local authorities shall, insofar as possible, be allowed discretion in adapting their exercise to local conditions. But central government's breach of these provisions places Cambridgeshire County Council in an untenable position. Powers are being limited and undermined by funding cuts that are vicious and cruel. How can we exercise discretion to adapt to local conditions in the face of these vicious and cruel funding cuts? Former Chief Executive David Plank points out in Social Care from Crisis to Catastrophe several aspects of this problem. First, the human costs of social care savings already decided, and I give you examples. Care packages for older people with critical or substantial needs are being severely reduced or curtailed so that the care they require is no longer there or is seriously depleted, a personal catastrophe for them and generating a greater burden on local government services which themselves are severely reduced, burden piled upon burden, catastrophe upon catastrophe. Enormous burdens fall on carers, often themselves frail or elderly, or already bearing burdens of caring for other family members, so to enable them to seek jobs that are simply not there. What we have are distressed children and young people in care, more at risk of being isolated and becoming even more vulnerable to abuse, yet we are told by the Prime Minister that if any local authority fails its obligations to children, the local authority will be denied any part in supporting those children, and those children will be turned over to charities or other local councils. As other local councils are being depleted, the children will not be cared for. I ask everybody here to support this motion, which simply asks us to make clear to the people in Westminster and Whitehall and at number 10 Downing Street that we need the funds so that we can do the job that we were elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. Councillor Crawford, I believe you are seconding.
Yes, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Do we have any amendments? Okay. That's good. In which case, the debate, Councillor Hipkin.
Chair, it's been a matter of huge disappointment to me that when I was elected almost 3 years ago, I didn't, I think, fully appreciate that my term of office would coincide with a period in which we were going to have to make pretty severe cuts in our budget and that the services that we provide would be seriously affected by that need. However, I was elected, and I was elected to manage the affairs of this council to the best of my ability within the context of the economic realities such as they were. This motion is an overtly political one, and I'm not criticising it for that reason. It comes from the Labour group, and I believe it springs from a belief that austerity is not necessary, that it's a false policy, if you like. Well, I have to say to that any sensible alternative to austerity seems to me to rely upon investment in infrastructure, investment in schemes that are designed to save money or to create wealth, and that I can't imagine any electable party seriously coming before the electorate and saying that rather than spending money on infrastructure and investment in the job and other wealth creation exercises that a government can engage in, that it will be spent on restoring services to previous levels. I simply don't think that is going to be an electable choice. So I stand, I'm afraid, behind the belief that there is no alternative to austerity over the next few years. And I believe that in the exercise of that austerity, it is undeniably true that local government has been unfairly treated and that the services that we provide will be very, very seriously jeopardized as a result of that. And I do commend the motion insofar as it suggests that the treatment of local government has been grossly unfair and that it does represent a serious threat to the services that we provide. However, I would like to point out that this council has resolved that it will not simply submit to a cost-cutting mentality, but that it is serious about raising revenue by other means. We have become, we are about to become, if we haven't already become so, a house building agency. And this is specifically designed to generate revenue over a long-term period. So I think one of the things that this motion doesn't adequately acknowledge is that there is an alternative to simply giving in to the cuts and reducing services accordingly. There is, if you like, the alternative of generating revenue and of ensuring that those services are not depleted to the extent that might otherwise be the case. I'm afraid that I find the motion rather vainglorious in that I don't think letters and meetings with the Prime Minister's office are going to make a scrap of difference. The difference will be made, if the difference is to be made, when the case against the present government's policies are set before the electorate, and when the electorate decides that it is time for a change.
Thank you, Councillor Hipkin. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. This is a very long motion, so I will direct my comments towards the 3 recommendations, all of which relate to making representations to central government over the crippling level of cuts we are facing in our central government grant. I wholly support the concerns expressed in this motion over the level of cuts being made to local government grants. 5 years ago, this country faced a serious financial crisis following the banking sector crash. At that point, it was crucial to reduce the level of government spending in order to reassure jittery financial markets about the UK government's ability to meet its long-term debt obligations. 5 years later, we are in a very different situation. The financial situation has stabilised. There are no longer major concerns in international markets over whether UK PLC will continue to make ends meet. We are in a period of recovery. However, that recovery is weak. In my view, the role of government now should be to support growth, and the continuation of austerity policies under the present Conservative government is not only bad for the weak and vulnerable, bad for our schools and our hospitals. I also think that continuing with austerity is likely to restrict growth and be bad for the income of the government and for this country more generally in the future. The time has come when we should not be looking to austerity. We should be looking to invest in infrastructure in order to support growth. So my general view is that this policy is absolutely wrong nationally. It is wrong in terms of this council as well. This council would like to be able to support what has been the fastest growing area in the UK. We are restricted from doing that by having our budgets cut. So I fully support this motion, and I urge the rest of the chamber to do the same.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose a question I would like to ask is, hands up who feels this council is being run as efficiently as it possibly can be? Okay, just Councillor Shooter, who I know is being jolly. We can always look to others to blame for our inefficiencies. We can always look at the austerity, or let's call it austerity, I would like to call it common sense, that government are proposing, and say it's the government's fault. It is not the government's fault that councils across the country have been run inefficiently for many years. It is not the government's fault that we are in the position we are in. It has been very clear over the last several years that this authority, like many others, has to get its house in order to provide the services that the people expect. That we are not doing so is not the fault of government, it's the fault of the people within this room. I will say to you, and I will say it again, and I will probably repeat myself over many years, until we get our house in order, until we run the most efficient, the most sensible council that we cannot stand up and blame government. I believe the advice we've had in the past at this council has been incorrect. The advice was always, if we complain enough to government, they will have to listen to us, and they will have to give us more money. That was absolutely the wrong way of going about things. We should have been getting our house in order, making sure we're efficient. There is no way that we've been doing the right thing. I'm thankful that the new chief executive is looking at cost cutting within the council. We should not be going to the public and saying we are going to cut this service or that service. That's not the way we should be doing things. We should be standing up for our public by making sure that we run the council effectively. And until we do so, I will never go to government and complain, because I cannot sit here and say to any member of the government that our house is in order. Until it is, I could never vote for this motion. This motion is erroneous and I will not be voting for it.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Chairman, I support the general principle of this motion as expressed in the three bullet points. However, I think one of the problems I have with it is that it does not tell the whole story. The reason that we are criticising government should be not only that they have, by general consent, cut all the councils all over the country with a very, very coarse hand. In other words, they've said you've got to make these cuts. Every council's got to make these cuts, irrespective of what they are or what they're doing. And I think if the message has got to go to government, it is not only have they cut the RSG, which has really hit us very, very hard, but it's the things that we only hear about on occasions. It's the things like we expect Cambridgeshire to continue to grow, we expect you to bring growth areas forward, and if you do not do this in your local plans, we will call your local plans in and tell you you have not got a sufficient supply of housing land. Now, this is the sort of interference that we've had from government, and of course, what in fact it does is the absolute opposite. It delays growth, and it delays any possible infrastructure funding that we might have had from growth. We have no better example of that than the dead hand of government over Northstowe over the years. And we are now in a position where this council is having to fork out capital funding to build a school at Northstowe in advance of the housing actually being built, because the private sector and the government between them have over the years not been able to bring Northstowe forward. You will remember, Chairman, that we had months and months of debate on this. The councils did their job. They've set up a joint committee, which now, I understand, is going to be disbanded. So the government have restricted this council in other ways. The other announcement that we had the other day was the fact that a lot of the rail improvements, which altogether helped this council and would have helped grow the growth agenda in this council, are now being withheld by government. So I would have hoped that the message could have brought some of these points over, because it is not just the loss of RSG, it is the fact that the government imposing one policy requiring this council to dig into its coffers and use its ratepayer funding to fund capital for projects which are being delayed and for which the government will only reimburse them after they've actually been occupied. And the school at Northstowe is a really good example of that. Our taxpayers have to fund that infrastructure. The government should have been putting it up front.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Shooter.
Shouldn't have touched it. Thank you, Chairman. Well, Councillor Hipkin gave the intelligent and reasoned response to this motion. I'll do the opposite. I will give the heartfelt views of somebody on this side of the House to the basis of why we're in the position we're in. It was actually down to the profligate spending of 13 years of Labour government. That's what it's all down to. We are now struggling to put that house in order. None of the decisions are palatable. None of the cuts are enjoyed by any of us, but as Councillor Palmer said, we have to be sure that for the future that our house is absolutely in order, that we are as lean as possible and we can deliver at the best price possible. That will mean we make very unpleasant decisions and we make decisions that affect people, but we must get that right. We are not in a position to conjure money up from this magic money tree. We have to work with what we've got. We have to live in the real world, and that as we have to live in the real world, we are in this position now. I'm sure no members like having to go through all the various things their committees are going through at the moment and having a look at the cuts and the various things that we're having to do. But it is necessary, and it's up to us as the politically elected representatives to use our conscience to decide on where those things should fall. But we are in a straitjacket, there's no doubt about that. I believe we actually do better than many councils. I believe there are councils in other parts of the country who have not really addressed this, but have considerably greater reserves than we do and can have considerably more leeway. We don't. I think generally we're a pretty lean and efficient council, but the fact is we have to get our house in order, and we have to do this because of the profligate spending of 13 years of Labour government.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you, Chair. Basically what this motion is about, I think, is about what kind of country do we want to live in. But before I go on to that, I just want to make two comments about some of the speakers that have recently spoken. Most economists that I have seen, and I've read quite a lot, point out that the economy was growing in 2010 when the government was taken over by the coalition, and it has ceased growing since then. Therefore, austerity was responsible for stifling growth that had been established by 13 years of a Labour government. And that is a view of many economists. That's not just something I have pulled out of my head or out of a hat. And secondly, the point I'd like to make is after the Second World War, we had an enormous debt in this country. Now, if we had decided to pay that debt back in 5 years, I don't think this country would have survived in any way whatsoever. So the question about the current debt that we have is why does it have to be paid back in initially 5 years, which we didn't manage to do despite the pain, and now in the next 5 years? Surely that is the point. Why do we have to pay it back so quickly? And I would argue that we're trying to pay it back so quickly because it is ideologically and politically driven. It is a good excuse to hammer the public sector and particularly local government, and to reduce their funding. But as I said, at the heart of this motion is what kind of a country do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a country that has balanced its books in a short space of time, but as a result does not care or look after the elderly and the fragile? It does not bother about protecting children or taking them into care. It doesn't worry about whether we have a police force that may defend us from criminals and terrorist attacks. It doesn't matter whether we have one of those or not. And that we all creep around in the dark because we can't afford to put street lights on and fall into potholes that we can't afford to fill. Because that's the kind of society we're heading towards. We're heading towards an uncivilized, uncaring society that sees as its only aim is to actually get rid of a debt which it could easily get rid of over a 60-year period, as it did the Second World War debt. So you have to ask yourself, do we want to end up living in a country that is uncivilized, uncaring, and quite frankly is totally falling apart? I think the answer is no, we don't. We do need investment in our infrastructure, and we do need investment, as Councillor Scott said, in people. And that means investing in jobs, investing in people, but at the same time looking after those who are less fortunate within our society. And that, to me, is what the kind of society I want to live in. And I hope those of you who support this motion will join me in thinking that is the kind of society we all want. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I think, once again, as so often I have to do in this chamber, is to ask members to actually look at what we're being asked to vote for. And what we're being asked to vote for is to draw to the attention of the government, particularly the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the very, very difficult situation that their policies are putting local government into. The straitjacket, the terrible decisions that local government is having to make because of their decisions that are being taken principally by the Treasury. And I think it's worth remembering, and it was the letter really from the leader of Oxfordshire County Council to the Prime Minister that really brought home to me the fact that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet are completely out of touch and do not know what's really going on in the real world, in local government, in the services that we have to provide for people, regardless of whether you think those services are provided efficiently or inefficiently. At the end of the day, we are tasked to provide those services. And the very fact that we now find ourselves in a situation where we can't even deliver statutory services because of the reductions in government grant, not just this particular grant, but in other ways, the other grants and monies that we receive from government, social care, for example, is an example of that, that it's making it virtually impossible for us to deliver a service that our constituents expect of this council. Now, I see nothing wrong in drawing that to the attention of the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer. You may be terribly embarrassed, and the bench is opposite, that we are having to do that because it's clear that they do not understand the difficult and depth of the decisions and the very deep cuts that not just this council, but all councils across the country, and not all councils can be wrong in this. Now, if central government believes that we are so inefficient that it can cut our grant and the grants of all the councils in this country by so much, they are so out of touch with reality. And this motion basically is saying we should write to them and draw attention to the fact of the difficult circumstances that they have put us in this authority. So, you know, I know it's Christmas and we're going to have the pantomime between the two parties, you know, batting, yes you did, no you didn't. But, you know, forget all that. What this motion is asking is that we draw attention to our plight, to the government, and I don't see anything wrong in that. We should take every opportunity to tell the government exactly the difficult situation and the difficult things and the cuts that we're going to have to make, and we are making, because of their decision to basically heap all the reduction in expenditure onto local government. Because and local government's always has been, regardless of who's been in control, you know, by either Conservative or Labour governments, local government's always been the easy option to find the savings. And we have to do all we can to try and tell them that as a result of that, you know, some of the basic statutory services that we are here to provide are now under threat.
Thank you. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. I rather thought the Liberal Democrats used to be involved in central government, but there we are. I can't bear all this negativity, and I think we need to recognise in this chamber that there's a huge amount of positive elements that have come out of the way that we've been asked to work over the last few years. We don't need to go with a begging bowl to central government. We do have the power to take things into our own hands, and we are doing so. Adults Committee here has the largest area of spend, so if I may, just for a few minutes, just talk about some of the things that have been going on in the Adults Committee. And I'd like to just start by saying that actually Councillor Scutt mentioned about cutting individual people's care packages. In fact, that is illegal, and that is absolutely not what we're doing in the Adults Committee, and we wouldn't dream of doing that. That is not how it works at all. This is about doing things differently. And we've sat here for the last, I've sat here for the last 3 years now, looking at the savings proposals, looking at the business plans coming forward. Very often they change at the last minute. Very often the reason they change at the last minute is because we've found a way to carry on delivering what we've always delivered in the past, but to do it differently and more cost effectively. And it's saved an enormous amount of money. So this is about doing things differently. And in adults, we are very much about putting the emphasis on prevention. That's about keeping people well for longer, helping them to be independent where they haven't been independent before. That's a hugely positive step forward for individual people. Reablement, we're investing in reablement, which is about helping people to get back on their feet, not getting them into a home care where they don't want to be. That's a hugely positive step forward. We've got massive amounts of creative ideas coming out of adults. Transforming Lives is a fantastic programme which is about taking the handcuffs off social workers, believing in our people and our staff to deliver, and allowing them to use their professional judgment to work out the best way to support people. Instead of a process-driven tick-boxing fashion, they can actually use their professional judgment and help people to use what they've got around them to live a better life with better outcomes and, yes, deliver services more efficiently. So we're investing in our people. We are investing in our people. And we're believing in our people to do that well. And one of the recent things that we're looking at in the Adults Committee is instead of we spend an enormous amount of money in this council dishing out home care packages. Sometimes they're 15 minutes, 30 minutes, where somebody will come into your home, do something to you generally, because they don't often have time to sit and have a nice conversation, provide you with a meal, cup of tea, help you to the toilet and that kind of thing. And we are looking in our committee at a completely turning that on its head and saying, instead of just dishing out home care packages, why don't we look at a community? And why don't we say, how can we help support the 30 people that live in this community totally differently? And yes, we want to do it more cost effectively, but we want to get them better outcomes. We don't just want half an hour visit 3 times a day. We actually want these people to be supported and to be helping each other and to be plugged into the community. And we're looking at running services more like a sort of large extra care scheme in a village, for example, than just dishing out home care rounds. So this is actually really inspiring creativity and ways of doing things differently. So it's not all doom and gloom, and some brilliant pieces of work have come out of this process that we've been through the last 3 years. And I genuinely believe in adults, which is the largest area we spend, we've got a lot further to go, and I think there are some really good things to come.
Thank you, Councillor Bailey. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this is my first time. It won't be my last, I promise. This is an alternative. There is an alternative to the type of austerity to what is happening at the moment. The British people, particularly the old, vulnerable and children, are being sacrificed on the altar of foreign aid. Foreign aid that is paid to countries who have their own space programs, while their own people are starving in the streets. India, Ethiopia, and North Korea come to mind. There's an old Persian saying, a fool waters the fields of others while his own are parched. And our fields, NHS, forces, elderly, children's care, and police, are parched. Common sense was mentioned. Well, Eton doesn't seem to teach much of that. So, political or not, I shall be supporting Councillor Scott's motion.
Thank you. Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. What a shame it has come to this. This council has worked increasingly well together by trying to keep national politics at bay and trying to improve the duties and cares of this council. This is a politically motivated motion that actually does nothing for this council except for send a letter out, knowing that it's going nowhere and achieving nothing, but you can put it in your election leaflets. You can say, look what I did, look how much I stood for it, and there's nothing about this but political. I've just had my lunch and I have stuff curdling in my stomach waiting to rise as violence. They sit here at the moment. And the Liberal Democrats to come along and back you up and say, you know what, 5 years austerity was right when we were in charge with the Conservatives, but now things have changed, we ought to invest in infrastructure. How disingenuous. At every stop and turn, Ely Crossing has been harried by the Liberal Democrats. One of the most cost-effective investments in infrastructure this council has seen, and you sat there and you've picked and you've poked at it every leg of the way. And the disingenuousness about the history, we've heard it. It was the Labour-run country that bankrupted us. Now, some people blame the banking system. They do, I know they do. But who was regulating the banking system at that time? The Labour Party. It is a diatribe. It is absolutely disgraceful the way that this has turned this afternoon. But I know the reason for it, because we saw it last year. Your bubble of reality of pretending that there's another option to making decisions on our budget is started to appear. Last year at budget time, you wanted to abstain because you said, we don't have enough money to make a right decision. And that's exactly what this is doing today. You're starting with your precursor move to abrogate your responsibility for getting a budget through this council, just as the Labour government did for those 13 years. It is very disappointing that you want to play politics at this point in time of the year, but if you're going to play politics, you'll hear the message back from us twofold.
No, I'm sure, Councillor Walsh, you're not going to be very political.
Well, no, because, no, Mr. Chair, I will preface my comments by saying I have a lot of time and respect and listen and contribute to members of the Tory group, who I might add to Councillor Palmer, who complains about the efficiency of the council, ran the council with a majority for decades and did very little to improve its efficiency. So I think perhaps a little humility is required on that front, as on all fronts. But I think my comments will divide into two. The first will be a principled disagreement with the Conservative group, which should not be unexpected. But my first one has to be addressed to all of my good friends on the Liberal Democrat benches, who as with the SDP, as in any point of history, will be fine without...
Councillor Sales, so do you have a point of order to make?
It is indeed a point of order.
I'm longing to hear it.
That an assumption has been made by my colleague, Councillor Walsh, that the Liberals are capable of understanding irony.
I think that's more of a personal explanation, actually, Councillor Sales. Councillor Walsh,
name is Liberal.
if you could continue, please.
Yes, because, of course, this is the classic Lib Dem tactic. Impious sanctimony. That's pious sanctimony. That's exactly what you need. It was those horrible Tories, and now it's those nasty socialists who are tribal and partisan. Well, that's fine. I'm as tribal and partisan and loyal to my party as the Liberal Democrats are, and I respect that tribalism that so marks the way they operate. I respect it a great deal because I also share that virtue. But I think for them to say that they have nothing to do with the current local government finance settlement for this year was decided by the last year of the coalition government, by Liberal Democrats in national office. So we welcome your sudden change of mind and the fact that you're dragging your reeking political carcass from the slaughterhouse of the general election. But do us all a favour and just let the real left-wingers argue with the Tories. Right. When we left office in May 2010, the economy was growing at 2.4% and the deficit was coming down. 2 years in of the coalition government, the deficit is going up and the economy is stopped growing altogether, right? We spent, actually, I'll come back to my good friends, actually. I remember spending the last year of the Labour government being told by the Conservatives that they supported every single one of our spending commitments. George Osborne came out just before the 2007 election and said, we support every single penny that the Labour government has spent. And I agree, the banks did cause the financial crisis. And who was it that wanted to deregulate the banks further? The Tory benches. I mean, come on. I mean, it's just total, it was rubbish then and it's rubbish now. And as for the Lib Dems,
Yet they had a list of unfunded spending commitments as long as your arm. I mean, my arm isn't very long, but as long as a very tall person's arm at the very least. I mean, come on, at least be honest. It was clearly that the fact that only the Labour government had the courage to save the country from financial Armageddon in the face of a worldwide economic crisis, and the Tories would have done exactly the same had they been in government. Right, as I agree, the council could be doing more to be making itself more efficient, and the first council that I would recommend the Tory benches go to is the Labour City Council. Because I'm sure, as Councillor Hitkin will remember, particularly during the 80s and 90s, that council, led by the Labour Party, embarked on a very financially sound commercial property investment programme, and it's doing so again. And the impact of austerity on that council is minimal compared to the absolute travesties that a lot of other local authorities like this one have to put up with. So an open invitation I extend to the Tory benches to come and meet the Labour City Council, where we'll show you how you make a council run efficiently. But I would just round off and say, we do not have the power to make the services delivered at the same rate as we have over the past 20 or 30 years. We are in a stranglehold by government. Not only will the national grant be abolished, and let's point out, until that, it may well be allocated on the basis of spending power rather than demand. Just think about that one. But we cannot raise council tax above whatever the precept limit is that the government sets for us. At the end of the day, if the council is going to be self-sufficient, and if it is going to be able to run its services without any national government support, then it's going to need a damn sight bigger tax base than it's got now. And not even a 4%. Hopefully, we support the social care precept. But not even with that will it get anywhere near the kind of money that this council is going to need to run its services properly. So all we ask is that the council point out to the government, who, I might add, Mr Cameron, who referred to a drop of £72 million a year as a slight decrease. I mean, that's the level of... they're born to rule, but they're clearly not much good at it. But, well, as for George Osborne, he knows exactly what he's doing. So I direct it to George Osborne and point out the fact that local government will not be viable in 5 years' time at this rate. None of us know how we will run statutory services in 5 years' time. We don't have any idea. And at some point, somebody has to grasp that political nettle. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Members, I have 6 speakers still waiting. If we could try and focus on the issues facing Cambridgeshire, that would be helpful. Councillor Bullen.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I must admit, I'm enjoying the debate so far. The two larger parties, we like, the country blaming each other for everything. I'm not going to mention central government on this. I'm going to keep it to this council. And I think that Councillor Hitkin hit the nail on the head with his speech some time ago. We have what we have, we are where we are, but we have a huge asset at our disposal. We have a lot of land, and we're starting to realise the potential of that. And I think we should aspire as a council to become financially self-sufficient as soon as we possibly can. And I don't think that is an aspiration that we can't make. And that's the way to go. I can't agree with this motion, which again proves there's no whip. However, I agree with Councillor Manley on his bit about foreign aid. But we look at the first bullet point. It says, making the county council's obligations impossible to fulfil. I'm sorry, if we all work harder and smarter, we can fulfil our obligations, and we can do it relatively easily. It will take time, but we can do it. The Investment Review Group are already down that, trying to make many revenue streams come our way, and I'm sure we will achieve that. Councillor Palmer, quite right, I agree with him entirely. We must put our own house in order first. And I thought Councillor Bailey hit the nail on the head. And I'm very proud of what our Adults Committee has been doing and how they've been doing it and how they have been balancing a budget. But I firmly believe in all political parties, we've got to stop sniping at each other and each other's governments and previous governments about what's going on. Let Oxfordshire City Council or County Council send the letters. They're doing a good job of it. We don't need to add to the pile the Prime Minister's receiving at the moment. But we do need to work harder and smarter. And I think with Chris Mallion now at the lead financially, we are going to achieve our aims. We're going to achieve the financial aims. But Labour said, what have they said again? We'd raise it more than 4%. We can't keep taxing people. I've said it on numerous occasions, we can't do it. We've got to get a house or own it. We've got £1 million asset base. Let's use it. Let's make it work for us. Let's get revenue and let's aspire to not have to charge any council tax at all in the future, because I firmly believe that's what we can do. For those reasons, I cannot support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clapp. Thank you. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. I will be voting for this motion. I found the debate very, very interesting. I agree with all the points Councillor Bullen's just made, and I understand exactly the reasons he's made them. So there's no contradiction with me and his opinion. My reason for supporting this is actually, I agree with Councillor Cowan. I'm not sure what difference these letters, these correspondence will make. But actually, if there's a potential they could make some difference, or the LGA or a minister or an MP could use them as a tool to fight their argument, then it's well worth doing. I even agree with Councillor Palmer, who was very clear that this council should have always been, not just in times of austerity like now, but in the past when times were good, money was available, opportunity was absolutely rife, this council made decisions to not invest, to not focus on the future, to not focus on becoming a self-sufficient council. I genuinely believe councils should be self-sufficient. I genuinely believe we've had the opportunity to make it so in those better times, and I genuinely believe we've made decisions to not do so, wrongly. But I'll support this on the basis that when national government, and remembering we are in the most centralised country in Europe, national government is making terrible decisions, inflicting harm on the most needed level of service provision, which is what county councils and unitary councils provide to the most vulnerable people. To underpin that, they only give us the bluntest instrument. I don't agree with tax rises, and I don't agree with a councillor who's backed maximum tax rises every year, year on year in this council, lecturing me on efficiency. But what I do believe is that property-based tax are the most blunt tax you could use to raise revenue. Income tax, although I want it to be as low as possible, is a much more useful tool, yet this level of government doesn't have it. So raising money nationally, delivering services locally, whilst we need it, and until we become self-sufficient, is absolutely key. And until government gives us the tools to do it alone, to do our thing, then I think that it's essential that we don't go beyond being a lean council into becoming an inefficient council, because certainly on the committees I've observed and I sit on, we've moved beyond efficiency and into how do we cause least harm to today, but also to the future. And many of those investment opportunities that we could have had once, we now won't be able to have in the future, because we are cutting the very resources that will provide the platform to be able to deliver those on. And this grant that government continues to cut by millions while still giving £55 million a day to the European Union, £32 million a day to foreign aid, as my colleague to the left of me just illustrated. The inefficiencies are in national government. The tools to raise a fair taxation is with national government, yet service delivery to the most vulnerable sits with us without those tools, and it's an absolute crying shame that anybody in this council would take away a tool for the argument of putting this right from this council. Will it make a difference? I don't know. The LGA are already arguing and fighting this corner, and if we can support them in doing so in any small way, which is what I believe this motion's attempting to do, then I'm all too willing to support it. But it has been a crying shame to see the disaster of Westminster politics creeping once again into this council chamber. We haven't seen it for a long time. I hope we don't see it again, because the committee system's been really useful in resolving that. But for a moment, it felt like we had an overpowering cabinet and an ineffective opposition back in the room. And I hope it doesn't happen that way again. So the committees are where the power is. If this helps, I'll support it. And I hope that this council really picks up on what Councillor Palmer and Councillor Bullen have said, which is that the future is in revenue streams. We just mustn't undermine them before we have the opportunity to implement them. Thank you.
Councillor Peter Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm afraid, as you've just said, I think we're reverting back to a theatre in here now, which is a great shame, because across the council, behind the scenes, we're all working together to do so much to keep the council going. And that's not just in the council, it's in the fire authority as well. But I do actually think there's some very short memories around in this council at the moment. 7 months ago, David Cameron went to a general election and won it easily. And he won it on policies that we're discussing now, cutting back taxation, cutting back expenditure, and he won the election. Now, I don't want to tease my friends over there, but at the end of that election, the Liberal Democrats ended up with 8 seats. The Labour Party ended up with less seats and smashed on the rocks of the SNP. And quite frankly, where they've gone since the election tells me they're not in reality, quite frankly. So what we've got to do is to get back to what we're doing in this council. We're cutting expenditure, and James Palmer over here has been battling away for months and years about how we run the council. And he's right in so many ways. And what I'm pleased to see today is we've got Julian Beasley here, who has really shown us a lead on how we can go and how we can get things better. So we're doing a good job locally. But I don't think, if you send this motion to David Cameron, what's he going to say to it? He's going to say, everybody voted for me at the election to do this. Well, we have a majority. You can't argue about it. He got elected on his policies, and he's pursuing them. So why should you write a letter to David Cameron asking him to change it? Quite frankly, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And I don't want you to think that the Tory party is harsh. It's not. As you said earlier on, we're a one-nation party. We always have been. We always have been, especially down here. But please remember that any time we waste on going to David Cameron, it's taking our mind off what we're meant to be doing here. So I just think Annabelle is right with adults and social services, all the good work we're doing. And it's not just how much money you've got, it's how you actually spend what you've got. And that's what we need to be looking at.
Thank you. Councillor Cairns.
I find it extraordinary, it's either naive or disingenuous, that a number of my colleagues seem to, on the one hand, say that party politics has no place in this chamber, and then immediately alludes to things which are the archetypal of what their party represents. I was happy to welcome our new councillor on Twitter today, but I find it unfortunate he chose in his maiden speech to talk about the danger of foreign aid, which actually is helping to make this country more stable and this world more stable. And to be able to look at the needs of our own community and then say that we don't need to look at the needs of the world's community shows a misunderstanding of what it is to be in the contemporary environment. Innovation, as has been said, I think, by Councillor Rousset, has always been possible. This council should have been innovating and should have been changing years ago. I very much welcome Councillor Bailey's comments today, and I very much welcome the impact that the committee system has had. And I think it would have been possible to have done an awful lot of that in the good times. But I don't think that should stop us from saying to government, enough is enough. And I absolutely agree with the comments of my colleague, Councillor Williams, saying that this is too much. And certainly I am witnessing in the area that I represent that things are no longer happening, or it's harder to achieve things for the community because we don't have the officers, and developers are realising that, contractors are realising that, and they are getting away with things that they did not get away with a few years ago. And the role of the councillors, as Peter Downs has said in this chamber before, is becoming more and more. And I think we need to draw a line. We need to remind the government that actually the kind of things that they implemented in the settlement on public health are completely counterintuitive to actually enabling us to lead the communities that we want to. And for that reason, and for others, I will be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Dr. Kenny.
Thank you, Chairman.
When I came to this council 10 years ago, I was actually fearful to really look at any service, as the waste seemed gargantuan. There was very little strategic thought. Things were being done twice, and other things weren't being done at all. And we actually thought it was all right to pay for a resident to see the Lion King in London 9 times. We have paid for an ordinary boiler, £17,500. So I'm actually pleased with the new ways in which we are learning to work. The creative ways that we're embarking on seem to me to be imaginative and will produce better outcomes for our residents and will develop communities. This would never have happened if we hadn't been pushed into it by the reductions in our budget.
Thank you. Councillor Manning.
It's just a very brief point, Chair. I love the fact that we're all talking about efficiency savings while spending half an hour debating whether to write a letter or not.
Well, on that note, I'm now going to ask Councillor Crawford, who seconded the motion but reserved her right to speak. Now is your chance, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I'd like to bust this myth that Labour spent too much and Labour were profligate. In actual fact, if you look back at the historical charts, you will find that Margaret Thatcher spent a lot more than Gordon Brown, and Gordon Brown actually delivered a surplus for a couple of years because he was bound by the Maastricht Treaty, and the only reason that he had a large deficit was because he had to bail out the banks after a global financial crash, which affected all neoliberal governments who had allowed the deregulation of the banks. So it was not profligate spending, it was bailing out the banks. I liked what Anna Bailey said, because I feel that the council are doing their utmost and their best to cope with these efficiency savings, or cuts as you might want to call them. I don't feel that David Cameron has really got a mandate for doing what he's doing, because only one in five of the electorate voted Conservative, and I think that's more down to our electoral system than faith in David Cameron. I feel that local authorities are being set up to fail with obscene levels of cuts that will lower the quality of life or devastate the lives of those who need our support. It may place lives at risk. The revenue support grant will be cut to zero by 2019. Analyses of increases in council tax show that while needed and welcome, will not be anywhere enough to cover our losses. Council tax is also regressive and hurts the lower paid the most. Severe cuts are compounded by the double whammy of increases in demographic pressures. Those over 85 will increase by 49%, and children and young people by 18%. The impact of these cuts will be severe and may cost lives. Even the loss of lollipop ladies could put children at risk. Elderly people left longer with incontinence pads overnight between 15-minute visits are at risk of loneliness and neglect, and can put the council at risk of not delivering their statutory duties. We are going also to lose the social infrastructure required of a civilised society, the loss and reduction of library facilities, social care for the elderly, mental health, children's centres, and things like road gritting. All these items create loss of these items create a lower quality of life and may be a risk to the loss of life. We should pause and ask ourselves, what is the economy for, if it is not to create a civilised life for everyone? Caroline Abrahams, the director of Age UK, has stated that the measures the government announced in the spending review will not be enough to arrest the decline in the UK. in social care. The International Longevity Centre reported figures from the OECD league tables showing that the UK was near the bottom for social care. They state that only the well-off in future will be able to get the care in old age that they really need at an adequate level. The increase in unpaid carers will have a negative social and economic impact. There are now 1.5 million of them and rising. It puts a lot of pressure on people who do not have the skills and prevents them from earning a living, which does have an economic impact. Lord Porter, who is the chairman of the LGA, said that there are 4.1 billion cuts on top of 10 million demand-led cost pressures. This will create a financial black hole as local services that people cherish are drastically scaled back. The BBC reported that children's services would be removed from failing councils. We have evidence from correspondence with Ian Hudspeth of Oxford that government denies or does not grasp that cuts to services are due to cuts in government grants. We could be in such a position where a shortage of money threatens our ability to deliver statutory responsibilities, meaning that some services will go to other councils or be privatised. This is a threat to local democracy and accountability, and evidence also shows that private trusts are not doing a better job than councils.
Councillor Crawford, you have had your time, so if you'd like to finish up.
Plans to make severe cuts takes away the purpose and duty of government to deliver a stable and healthy local economy. It is a political choice which is unnecessary and will consign our constituents to serious declines in the care and attention they should expect from their local government. And this is why I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Scott.
Thank you. The notion put forward by some over there and by the Prime Minister in his now notorious and somewhat frequently mentioned correspondence with the leader of the Oxfordshire County Council, the notion that he put forward that back office savings can and must be made to withstand the cuts is untenable. Similarly, far from a slight fall in government cash terms in that same correspondence, the grant from central government has been so reduced as to be infinitesimal, relatively. In 2 years it will be gone. Like Oxfordshire, Cambridgeshire has slashed the back office, thereby reducing the capacity of the council to fulfil its obligations. This motion simply asks us, Cambridgeshire County Council, to take the initiative by bringing home to number 10 and number 11 that the measures imposed upon local government and upon all residents who rely on local government and local government services, as they are properly entitled to do, must be changed. In the absence of change, we county councillors will remain at committee meetings endeavouring to decide between cutting mobile libraries or Fenland learning centres, denying fully fledged care packages to those who require them, denying support to carers as they ought properly be supported, or getting rid of school crossing guards. In other areas, we'll be refusing to grit roads, we will be allowing potholes to languish to create potholes pestilence in the middle of the road. We will, as has been mentioned, be no longer creating any infrastructure which is absolutely essential to the progress of this shire as it is to the country. Every cut is more than a cut. It's more than a slash, it's more than a gash, it's gouging at the very marrow of the services that people need and that we are bound to provide. We cannot sit here denying residents the representation to which they are entitled, not just here, but the representations that we must make to Whitehall, Westminster and number 10 and number 11. We at the County Council must recognise the importance of the residents, that is, the human beings of Cambridgeshire. We must recognise them as central to economics and hence to central government policies. We must notify Whitehall, Westminster, and 10 and 11 Downing Street, that human beings matter, and that the human beings, the residents, the people of Cambridgeshire matter. I urge everyone in this chamber to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Scott. We'll move straight to the vote. Mrs. Rowe, if you'd be so kind, please.
Would members please press the button marked present? Members in favour of the motion, please press the button marked yes. Members against the motion, please press the button marked no. Members wishing to abstain, please press the button marked abstain. I'm now closing the vote. Chairman, the result of the vote is 25 votes in favour, 31 against and 2 abstentions. The motion is therefore lost.
Thank you. We now move on to oral questions. Item 13A, dealt with in accordance with the protocol agreed by the Chairman of the Council and political group leaders in consultation with the monitoring officer. You have a summary of the protocol in front of you on lilac paper. Can I remind you, please, that questions which could have been asked on other items on the Council agenda should not be asked as oral questions. And we have an hour. So let's get cracking. Councillor Bullen, you're up.
Question's already been answered, thank you.
Oh, hurrah. Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. Not a big question, and I'm sorry I haven't given you a forewarning, but this is about congestion in the city again. We spoke at the last council meeting, if you recall. Congestion has not got any better. I did attend your committee, but you didn't address the current situation. When I asked the question last time, you promised a site visit to look at how bad it was. I think in light of the public question we got about the junction of Lensfield Road and Hills Road, it highlights the fact there is a problem there. It's causing bus cuts, it's causing long journeys into work, to school, etc. I think we should follow this one up. So early in the new year, perhaps we can meet up in the centre and have a look at the problem.
Councillor Bates.
I think that's addressed to myself. Perhaps just for information, obviously, as members will be aware, we have, or the City Deal Executive and Assembly have done the call for evidence. That evidence has now been received and is being analysed. Yes, congestion. Everybody, I think, accepts the fact that there is congestion. And obviously that will come forward as I think everybody realises in the future about what might be some options to go forward, and those obviously will be considered by the City Board, both the Executive and also the Assembly in due course. It was very interesting to see lots of good ideas coming forward, and I think there needs to be some thanks for those people that gave those evidence as they came forward, and I'm happy to meet at Councillor Jenkins in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Jenkins, any supplementary?
No supplementary. I'd just like to thank Ian for the response there. I just think that it's so easy for us to say City Deal and that's off in the future. There are some simple things that can be done straight away, and it's a good quality principle to do the obvious straight away. So let's have a look on the ground together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman, I see, has disappeared. Councillor Hoy.
Thank you. My question is for the Chair of the Fire Authority. I know at the moment it's all sort of quite high-level stuff, but there is a proposal to combine Wisbech Police Station with the fire station. Whilst I'm not against this proposal, I do have a number of concerns that have been raised to me by residents, specifically with sort of access for emergency vehicles onto what's already a congested road, and one that has a school crossing patrol and potential things like that. All I'd ask is, can I at some point as a local member have some kind of involvement to input those residents' concerns and just be assured that they will be listened to? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I answer the question, could I just make a quick point and thank the members of the Fire Authority who are on this council for their help and support during the year. We've had some very difficult decisions to make, but we've worked very, very closely together, all of us, and it's all coming to fruition. So thank you very much, all of you, and you know who you are. Yes, the Wisbech problem. I'm very pleased that the police are collaborating with us and moving into the fire station. That is good news. I spoke to the new Deputy Chief Fire Officer this afternoon, and he's told me that, of course, we can have time to talk to the local councillors about what's going to happen. At the moment, the project is on the shelf. But as soon as it comes down off the shelf, I'll be in touch with you. Thank you.
A supplementary, Councillor Hoyt. Thank you very much. Councillor Palmer.
There is much concern for the plan for this council to switch off street lighting between midnight and 6 a.m. Can the Chairman of Highways and Community Infrastructure consider the options of lessening the effect on those who use the road network in our towns and cities late at night?
Councillor Hickford.
Thank you, Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for the question. As you're aware, the residents' consultation has just finished. I do understand concerns, shift workers, nighttime economy, the fear of crime. All these, I'm sure, will be in the consultation as we go through it. I've asked officers that they bring the results of the consultation back to the 12th of January committee meeting, and I think we all look forward to that, and I would suggest that officers, we hold it in the council chamber for that particular one.
Thank you. Councillor Walsh. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Chairman. My question has already been answered by Councillor Count in debate. It's one of the good things of having a decent debate on everything.
Thank you. Councillor Sales.
Chair, I'm not sure who is responsible for the contact centre. Whichever chair is responsible. Oh, well done. Congratulations. It doesn't work.
And your question is?
And my question is, in view of the fact that I've had a very difficult week trying to get some sense out of anybody there, with one exception, would you consider establishing a separate route into the contact centre for councillors who have inquiries? We do represent people, and not to be able to access people we want to talk to is a real difficulty.
Councillor Count.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of the contact centre, I'm fully aware that there's been some large difficulties there in maintaining services for a period of time, and I've been talking to Sue Grace quite closely about where we are now and how we're going to move forward. As we move to the outcome-based model for this entire council, the front door in terms of things like our contact centre are going to become increasingly important for the way that we work, and therefore we're looking very closely at how we're going to resource that in future and how we're going to deal with that. As to the specific question of accessing the contact centre directly rather than waiting in a queue with others, I would have thought that that's kind of the services that the member services perform at the moment. You can access the council directly that way and therefore have direct access to officers, and I'm not sure what the nuanced differences are. But what I shall do, Paul, if it's all right with you, is to take that question away, look at whether things may be considered differently or whether there's a better answer in the member services realm, and take that away and discuss that further with officers. Okay.
Supplementary. Thank you. Councillor Dr. Scott. Thank you. Councillor Netzinger.
Thank you. My question is to Councillor Orji as Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board. And my question is, does Councillor Orji recognise the intense pressure the NHS in Cambridgeshire is under at present, and that the failure of the Older People's contract with Uniting Care Partnership is in part a reflection of the huge pressure on our health and social care system?
Councillor Orji.
Thank you for the question, and thank you for giving me advanced notice of the question. Yes, I do recognise the intense pressure that the NHS in Cambridgeshire is under, but moreover, I'd say that it's been nationally recognised that Cambridgeshire has one of the most financially challenged health economies in the country. And when I say that's nationally recognised, that national recognition has been in place for the last 12 to 18 months. So it's something that we've known about for some considerable time. And I must say that there have been a number of summits and meetings involving people at the most senior levels from stakeholder organisations looking at this issue and looking at ways forward. And I have to say that I think that some people feel that there hasn't been as much progress as there should have been in relation to that, because, as I say, it's an issue that's been known about for well over a year. In terms of the Uniting Care contract, Well, I was privy to the email before it was actually sent out about the termination of the contract. But I haven't had any official discussions about the reasons for that termination as yet. What I would say is that the CCG have been invited to the Health Committee meeting on Thursday this week to give us an update, and basically what we'll be focusing on there, I'm sure, is making sure that those people who are in receipt of services from that contract are not disadvantaged anyway. So we're first of all going to concentrate on the people who are involved, and then at a later meeting actually look at the reasons why this contract was terminated. I should say that yesterday at a support group meeting, we also decided that what is said on Thursday to the Health Committee should be relayed to members of the Health and Wellbeing Board, and that contract will also be featuring on the Health and Wellbeing Board meeting on the 14th of January.
Thank you. Councillor Netzinger, you have a supplementary?
I do have a supplementary. My supplementary is that given the very, very close relationship between social care and NHS care, particularly given the importance of the Better Care Fund, and given what the Chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board has just said about the extreme pressure that the NHS in Cambridgeshire in particular is under, will he undertake to argue within his group for the importance of taking the 2% that is available for social care in our council tax during the coming month?
Thank you for the supplementary, which I had no advance warning.
No, I can tell by the look on your I can tell by the look on your face, Councillor Orji.
When it comes to the budget, we need to look at the total picture, the total financial picture within the council as a whole, and we all need to come to decisions on that basis in view of all the evidence in front of us from every part of the council's activities.
Councillor Bates, you're indicating a personal explanation or a point of order?
A point of order, please, Mr. Chairman. Can I please have some clarity about the question which has just been asked about asking questions of the Chairman of the Health and Wellbeing Board? I'm not sure that it covers that within our constitution. I think that question has to be addressed to the Chairman of our Health Committee, but please correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, I think it does say the chairman or chairwoman of any committee, and yes, I take the point. We're going to have some legal opinion. The answer is it's fine. It is a permitted question to the permitted councillor who is on a permitted committee. Well, that is the legal advice, it's fine. In any case, unless anybody... Is it a point of order?
Chairman, because according to our rules, a supplementary question must arise directly out of the original question or the reply and must not introduce new material. Clearly, that introduced new material.
I do agree. I tend to agree with you. In any case, I think we will now draw a line under this matter, given that Councillor Netzinger has worked the system to her advantage. I see that Councillor Downs has left.
Yes, he regrets, Chairman, he had to dash off to another meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. With your indulgence and Councillor Bates' indulgence, I'd like to ask a question of the Chairman of the Adults Committee concerning the provision of social care to the elderly and vulnerable. Councillor Bailey referred to the good work that's been going on in the Adults Committee about transforming lives and new ways of thinking and working amongst officers. But officers have also given stark warnings about the growing social care funding gap, and we've seen in the committee's business plan papers the impacts of these severe cuts in adult services that could occur in the next few years. And we've also heard about the chronic underfunding that could drive care providers out of the market or at least refuse to provide services to us. We've agreed in committee that we need to invest in preventative services to try, as Councillor Bailey suggested, to reduce the need for expensive packages of care. But we cannot do that unless we have the resources to do it. So, my question to the Chairman is, will he join me in welcoming the Conservative Chancellor's announcement that would allow us to invest in these preventative services and reduce the risks in some of our other services by imposing a 2% ring-fenced increase in the council tax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Councillor Bailey.
I believe that's a very personal question to an individual. Well, how can he answer that on behalf of the committee?
No, we think it's all right. Oh, gosh, I regret those words already. Are these points of order? Councillor Scott, is this a point of order?
It's a point of order, Chair. The 2% will not cover anything related to
That's not
care.
actually a point of order.
It is a point of order, because what's been said is simply wrong.
Thank you,
it won't
Councillor Scott.
even cover a
Councillor
minimal.
Whitehead, is yours a point of order or perhaps a personal explanation?
Yes, it is, Chair. I have frequently been asked questions by Councillor Downs to start with, does the Chair agree?
Yes.
And I think this is the same kind of question. So if it's been allowed in the past, it surely should be allowed now.
I do agree. That's why we're saying it's in order. I can't even remember who it's asked to. Councillor... Right, sorry. Councillor Chu.
Thank you for the question, Graham. What I would like to say, I think everything should be up for discussion and debate, but I don't think it's in the remit of the Adult Committee to make a decision on 2% rise in council tax. I think it's up to the GPC and the full council, and that's what I will answer.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, do you have a supplementary? I hope not.
My supplementary would be more a point of information or personal opinion, in that I think the gentleman is wrong, because we are the Adults Committee making recommendations to the GPC, and we will review the budget put forward to us by the officers, and that will include expenditure, but it should also include consideration of where that money is coming from. And the Chancellor has specifically given us the opportunity to ring-fence 2% on the council tax for adult social care. I would not go to Ian Bates, as chairman of whatever, to ask whether his committee supported that or not. I would go to the adult social care.
Thank you.
So I think that's my point.
Thank you. Councillor Couch, do you have a point of order?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I believe the way that we've set up the committees is that the chairman is an independent spokesperson on behalf of the committee and their views. Every political group has been allocated a spokesperson for the committees, right? And in the case of where there's a chair, they also have a spokes. Now, the view that the chair can give on this matter is one that is decided upon by his committee, and then he voices that out loud, or her in another case. As that committee has not had that meeting yet and made that decision, I suggest it's improper to ask Councillor Tew to voice an opinion as chair of committee to give that opinion on something they've yet to decide.
Well, I think that Councillor Tew made it clear in his first answer that it was something yet to be discussed. So, Councillor Wilson, you've made your personal point in the second question. Is there anything... Are we done? We're done. Okay. Well, good. Councillor Reeve.
Thank you, Chairman. My question's for the Leader of the Council. I've had a number of concerns raised with me with regards to the guided busway, in that an awful lot of people, almost a victim of its own success, are now finding concurrent buses driving past them absolutely full as they approach closer to Cambridge, to the extent that some people are now telling me that they've either given up on the guided busway altogether, or that they would actually drive in the opposite direction up the A14 in order to catch the bus further upstream so they can actually get on it before it's full. Now, I appreciate, I've raised it at Spokes, and I appreciate from the perspective of the council internally that we provide the system and the buses running on it are entirely outside of our control now, and it's investment and scheduling decisions from the likes of Stagecoach. But because of the huge amount of investment we've put in this infrastructure, and because of the huge amount of risk we continue to carry going forward as a result of it existing, could I ask the Leader of the Council to approach Stagecoach, see what their intentions are, whether it's scheduling or investment, and if constituents' minds could be put at rest, that there is a future for this, so they don't give up on the guided busway altogether.
Is Councillor Bates going to answer this question?
Thank you, Chair. If you'll indulge me by passing the passing question, Councillor Bates, who's much closer.
My question was to the leader specifically, because it's not a matter that a committee can resolve. It's a matter of the leaders communicating.
If I may, this is the domain of ETE and the meetings with Stagecoach going on. And I was going to stand up just to say it'd be lovely to gloat about the success of the absolutely fantastic guided bus, but it's much more appropriate for him, who I know is already mouthing to me that he has a meeting with Stagecoach, so I'm sure he'll be more than happy to.
Just for Councillor Reid, Stagecoach, the Managing Director of Stagecoach, will be at our spokes meeting tomorrow. I would suggest that your spokesperson, hopefully Roger, will be attending. I'm quite content that question, I'm sure I speak on behalf of my Vice Chairman as well, that we would ask that question tomorrow to Stagecoach directly and see what response we get. He may have to take it away, of course, bearing in mind he's not here today. So I'm happy to raise that with him tomorrow.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary? Thank you. I'm going to disregard the question put forward by S. Claus as premature. And we shall end on a positive note. Councillor Bailey.
Thank you very much, Chairman. My question is to the Chairman of the Health Committee. I am reassured to hear from Councillor Orji the plans for the CCG contract to be put onto the Health Committee agenda, but does Councillor Jenkins share my concern at the news that the very long and very expensive and very resource-intensive procurement process between the Clinical Commissioning Group and Uniting Care Partnership has resulted in the contract being cancelled only 8 months into its life? And will he ensure during the scrutiny process that questions are asked as to how the so-called innovative elements of the new service specification will be retained and delivered so that something of the procurement process can actually be salvaged?
Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you. And Chair, you will notice how Anna was very careful to talk to me about my management of the process, not my opinion as chair of the committee. So well done. Okay. Tony gave a good summary earlier on. Members may be aware I've just come back from holiday, so I was unaware of this fiasco, as it were. It didn't feature on the front pages of the Surabaya Post. We have the CCG coming to the Health Committee on Thursday. We will be looking specifically then at the support for the ongoing residents who are using the services. And we will flag up at the same time of the need to talk to them about what on earth happened to get us into this mess. And at the same time, I would suggest, if the committee would indulge me, that we provide a signal to the CCG to consider carefully all of their other procurements, just to make sure there aren't any lessons that they should be learning as they go down that road. It's easy to jump to conclusions about the health economy in Addenbrooke's and stuff like that as to what has gone wrong. And we've got to keep an open mind and give them space to look at what has happened and to come up with the correct analysis. I do share your concern about the innovation and preserving the results of that. I'm very concerned that we're halfway through a process and there'll be an inclination there to go back to the way we did things before, or abandon things halfway through, and we have to find a way of moving things on. But let's not second-guess them yet. Let's leave it until January, when we'll be talking to them again at the Health Committee. Thank you for the question.
Supplementary.
Thank you for the forewarning. Oh, and Tony and I will be meeting the CCG just before Christmas, the Chief Executive there, just to see what's going on and to make sure that he is aware of our concern. Thank you. And Merry Christmas, everybody.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jenkins. That concludes the questions. We now move on to written questions, of which there were none. So that concludes our business on the agenda for today. Thank you very much for your contributions, and have a very happy Christmas and a prosperous New Year. don't need those. Do you put them in a vault somewhere in case we need them for evidence? Yes.
You signed a card for Kathy.
I haven't actually.
See you another day.
Bye-bye, Minty. Thank you for all your help. That's lovely. Yeah.